Okay, my friends. Let's do this. Don't ask me. At least like saying the same thing twice. And I never repeat a song for an encore. If you would, Miss Guy. I believe I was saying that the only way Mr. Letou's killer could have escaped was through that air vent on the ceiling. Ah, yes, there was only one door in the room. And with a witness you was standing in front of it. That air vent isn't very big, see? Kind of limits the people who could possibly get through. I still would have a difficult time. You sure would, not that you would have been there in the first place though. Remember, the whole backstage, our area was off limits to people not involved with the concert. The only one who meets the condition for our killer is the defendant. A virtuoso performance. I couldn't put it better myself. She does state a clear case. Though reading the report, something caught my eye. Oh, what's that? The circumstances of the defendant's arrest. Circumstances again? Hey, that's right, Apollo. Remember when we found Machi? That was bizarre. She's right. Why did Mr. Letou's body disappear from the room and end up on top of that stage tower? Holding a guitar, no less. Perspective observation, Her Judge. Ah, yeah, thanks. It was kind of an accident, really. But you work in this job long enough. You get a nose for things. The judge sure seems pleased with himself. Very good, Fraulein Detective. Perhaps you can tie it all together for us. Why was the body moved? And how does that lead us to the killer? The missing body. I believe Machi stole the body because of some lyrics. He moved the body to match Lamiroy's song. No one in this country had no motive to kill the victim. And Machi practically left his signature at the scene. All of this evidence clearly points to the defendant. Wait, what signature? Lamiroy's song. Yes, the guitar serenade. You noticed it's coded too, did you not? It's code. All the events that day followed the lyrics to our song. First, the keys my heart held on to so tightly were stolen. The prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames on stage. Mr. Letou's life was taken by a bullet. The rest hardly needs the explanation. Guitar, up together to the sky. That's mad. It's like a story out of some fairy tale. I admit I forgot about the song, but that's it. There it is now, waiting for me. The grand finale, as it were. Hey, you know what? I was the one who first noticed that. I heard of jumping rope to songs and counting to songs. But killing? It's a wild world out there, Her Judge. Very well. We have heard one song and dance. Let's get on to the next. The cross-examination. I'm not so sure I'm going to be doing much singing. Okay, something bothered me with the... What kind of signature? What do you mean by his signature? The bullet holes in the wall, of course. The bullet holes? The revolver was fired twice. One shot missed and left a hole in the wall. That means what exactly? The dressing room isn't exactly spacious. Picture the shooter facing off with the victim in there. They can't have been more than 5 feet apart. It would be difficult, almost be impossible to miss at that range. Difficult to miss, you say? Very. Assuming the shooter could probably aim. No, you can't be serious. Machi, he can't see. That's why he missed? It's the only explanation that makes sense. He used sound and other senses to fire the gun. Poorly. That reminds me, the monitor in that room was blaring at the time, yeah? Hardly ideal conditions for tracking by sound. A blind shooter. No wonder he missed. I knew those bullet holes would come back to haunt me. Think justice. What do I do now? Raise an objection, obviously. Sure, there were bullet holes left in the wall. But that doesn't prove the shooter couldn't see. Oh, how so? Well, there could have been a struggle with the victim. That's certainly possible. And it might have been the revolver's fault. The revolver was a very large caliber, correct? If the shooter wasn't used to firing such a large weapon, why it could dislocate their shoulder. Exactly. The defendant, Machi Tobaye, is, as you can see, tiny. It's not so hard to picture him firing the gun and missing entirely. The kickback alone would throw off his aim. A convincing argument to be sure. Haha, take that, smug prosecution. Apollo? Huh? What? That bit about Machi being tiny and the gun throwing off his aim. Aren't you kind of, admitting that he did it? Oh. It does not matter why he missed, you idiot. What matters is that the shooter was, without a doubt, the defendant. Even the defense seems to agree on that point. Grabs, I really put my foot in it this time. But let's get the facts of the matter on the record. If you would, Fraulein Detective. Right. Very well, the witness will at least to her testimony. Right. From the state of the crime scene, I conclude the shooter was blind. Interesting. Just though it was blind though, right? The prosecution holds that the shooter couldn't see. A scientific conclusion based on a thorough examination of the crime scene, yes. Apparently not thorough enough. I have a certain piece of evidence that completely overturns your claim. What? This is that evidence. The photograph of the crime scene. I don't care much for the smirk on Prosecutor Gavin's face. But this is no time to think it twice. Time to press on. Yes, Your Honor, the crime scene. There is something in here that decisively contradicts the prosecution's point. Then perhaps you'd best show us this something. Get your finger out of the breeze and put it to good use, yeah? Very well, show us what you're talking about, Mr. Justice. The contradiction at the scene of the crime is... I would think it's this, to be honest. But, but I think it's this. Let's just hope. The contradiction is right here. Hopefully. The smeared blood stains? Yeah. I thought it was just my blurry vision. But it really was blurry. The way that victim's hand is raised above his head. Much like a gesture I have seen many times in this court. It's almost as if he wrote something. Aha, I get it. At least I think I get it. Get what, Fraulein? When Mr. Lettuce was shot, he tried to write something. What would he write about the shooter's name? What would he write in it but his own blood? Pretty good, huh? Thanks for making my point for me. Yes, in fact, that's what I think happened here. That does seem to be a distinct possibility. And if Machi was blind, there's no way he would have seen it. The victim wrote the killer's name. It's certainly a logical conclusion. Drat, I just wish it wasn't a roller rubbed out like that. Of course it's rubbed out. Why, if I were a killer, I certainly wouldn't want to leave my own name behind. Neither would I. No one has anything else to say? About what? So the prosecution accepts this. You agree this was the victim making an attempt to record the name of the killer? And that the killer tried to rub the name out? What's your point? What's my point? Let me ask you this. How did the killer know the victim was writing their name? Well, Mr. Lettuce was writing something in blood. Once the killer saw what it was... Wait. Once he saw what it was. But what did you just testify about the shooter? I said they were blind. Oh! Yeah, the crime scene itself contradicts that. The killer had to have been able to see. Why would they rub out the name in blood otherwise? May I remind the court that the defendant Tobaye Machi is blind, right? He could have been the shooter. Ugh. Impossible! Order, order, order! Prosecutor Gavin, please explain to me what all this means. I mean, looking at this photo, it seems quite clear that the shooter could see. Yet up until now... It seems I owe the court an apology. The communists are banned with the law enforcement ties, yet a murder occurred during a concert. Apparently this caused some confusion over jurisdiction. As a result, some reports were not filed in an entirely timely manner. I'm not sure I like the vibe I'm getting here. Hey Apollo, look at him. Why is Prosecutor Kevin all relaxed and smiling like that? Like he knows something we don't. And he's about to tell us. I got an idea. Let's rock! With these documents. But before that, I have a question for the Berlin detective. If I may. What? Tell me. Why do you think that Machito Baya is blind? Huh? What did he say? What are you saying? Of course he's blind. Of course? He's the blind pianist, right? So he's... Doesn't Lamiro lead him around by the hand all the time? No way. I have a report here on the defendant Machito Baye. According to this, Machito Baye can see perfectly well. What? Well, shit. His blindness was merely a publicity ploy by those clever Borginians. He can see quite well. But you said... What did I say exactly? Her forehead, not once in the court of this trial have I claimed the defendant was blind. The only one who did was fallen detective. But that's a significant fact, yes. Consider Machito Baye sees, and he was the only one who could have fallen right through the air vent. I see no problems with this. But what about the bullet holes in the wall? Yes, the bullet holes. I believe her forehead neatly explained those for us. He didn't miss because he couldn't see. It was the kickback from the 45 caliber revolver. A simple accident, in other words. How's that? I'm afraid your objection has just flown off for brighter skies. This is where the real fun begins, her forehead. Yeah. I knew you didn't have what it took. You jerk. Just what was I in here for, comic relief? Yeah, apologize. Oh, sorry. That's no way to apologize. He's angered the truth in now. Look out. Ahem, if we can please end the bickering now. Whatever. I'm not leaving. I can't live like this. I'll come up with some clue to solving this case if it kills me. But your testimony has already been given us enough to convict the defendant. Ugh, don't say that. Ahaha. Aha, what? This blood stain. The criminal tried to wipe it off, right? That seems to be what happened, yes? We might be able to find out what was really written here. Really? You can do that? That's right, with this. It's called luminol. Maybe you know of it. It's a chemical that reacts to blood. Ah yes, have you done those tests yet? As if I'm gonna tell you. The blood stains covered a section of the carpet. In order to perform blood tests, that section was removed and submitted. Perhaps we should request it here in court now. Right, go for it, Apollo. Huh? I have to do the test? You just have to spray the luminol on it. Simple. Chemical that reacts to blood. I heard of this somewhere. Yes, I believe an analysis is called for. Have at it. Right, ready? It's easy as pie. Just touch the screen to spray an area. Here, give it a try. The eyes of the entire court are focused on me. Apollo, your hands are shaking. Ugh. Let's do this. Spray some luminol. What did it say? Wait, what? Wow, it really works. This must be the power of science. It says IPXX314206. Is that the killer's name? Maybe it is. Aha, I have it. So what is it? I thought those letters IPXX looked familiar. This is an Interpol ID number. Interpol? You mean the International Police Agency? Yes, most are undercover agents working to solve international crimes. But why would he write that number? Or why would Mr. Lettuce even know a number like that? Good show, Fraulein Detective. Rock on. Eh? Your Honor, we can verify this number immediately. Darian, are you there? Come up to the witness stand. Darian, you heard what we need. Go check into this Interpol ID number. Sure thing, give me 30 minutes. No, give me 27. Not sure what to think of all this. The prosecution's case is alright, airtight, or so it seems. And if this number is really that of an Interpol agent. Oh wait, I know. What if Machi Tobias is really an undercover Interpol agent? That would be a possibility. Possibility, yes. And one that would mark him as the killer for certain. What if Lettuce know an Interpol ID number? That's what I want to know. Well, we have some time while we await Darwin's report. Let's work on unraveling another mystery, shall we? Curious mystery concerning Machi Tobaye. What are you talking about? Foreign detective, please accept my apologies. I received word that the defendant could in fact see just before the trial began. It seemed too much of a bother to tell you. You had me until that last bit. Does this not raise a rather straightforward question? Well, sure. What did Machi pretend he couldn't see? Exactly, it makes little sense. What do you think, Herb Forehead? Help me. Machi Tobaya pretended he was blind. Do you know why? How could he know? Wait, Prosecutor Kevin knows why, doesn't he? He was known from the start of the trial. He's been leading us on the whole time. Something wrong? Do you think perhaps this is all some kind of game? You know that the moment I heard that report, I knew why. Suppose people who have sold over 1 million records really hire something else. What does that have to do with anything? Okay. Today, there was a reason why Machi Tobaya pretended to be a blind. Do we have anything? Okay, not that. But it wasn't for his own sake getting the picture now. It wasn't for himself. Well, Mr. Justice, can you present evidence that shows the white defendant had to feign blindness? I guess. But she had no reason to pretend he couldn't see. Which means... No, it couldn't be. Good show, Herr Forehead. Seems you have thought of something. Yeah, why can't I figure these things out on my own? I hate having to take my cues from this guy. Very well, look at this. This is why he was pretending he couldn't see. Obviously we already tried. I don't think it's any of these. Postcard? Oh, that is Lamiror. Lamiror and Machi Tobaye recalled their relationship. In particular, their unique arrangement over the years before visiting our country. Lamiror and her pianist. They would always walk together, she leading him by the hand. Even when they got on stage, she would lead him to the piano. She would walk all the way over there with him. That's right, because he was blind. She led him at all times, never letting him go. All times, Yet, we have just learned something that makes their arrangement peculiar indeed. Machi could see. Why did they have to keep up this act the whole time? Well, wasn't it part of their performance? I think there's a simple explanation. Machi did not need to be led by the hand at all. That can only mean one thing. Oh, really? Really, it was all the other way around. Wait! The one who needed to be led by the hand was Lamiror! What's this? So you mean to say that Lamiror she's... Yes, Your Honor. Lamiror is blind. What? Oh shit. Order! This is crazy, Prosecutor Gavin. Is it now? Please shed some sanity on this madness. The defense has made an outrageous claim. The only thing outrageous I see about the defense is his vast forehead. Yet I see it is not vast in vain this time. It's quite correct. But that makes no sense. Yeah, wasn't she supposed to be the landscape painter in town or something? Well, since we have her here, why not ask Lamiror herself? I believe she is still in the witness waiting room. Apollo, what does this mean for our case? Don't ask me, I had no idea she couldn't see. I haven't even imagined it until now. Bailiff, bring in Lamiror. Lamiror, it pains me deeply to call you before us again in this way, and yet I must. Please, do not be concerned on my behalf. Those eyes, she really can't see, really. It is true. How funny it is that a tiny lie born in the Virginian countryside would one day grow to entangle the entire world. So you are... Yes, as I mentioned before, I have no memory of the time before I became Lamirror. No, too, that my memories begin in darkness. The word light has no meaning for Lamirror. I see. You may recall me saying something towards the beginning of this trial, her forehead. Huh? What's that? I believe I said it was unfortunate this crime had no direct witnesses. Now, Lamirror, I must ask you to stand once more. Will you testify to the court about your eyes? Of course. It was never my intent to deceive any of you. May I begin, Your Honor? Ah, yes. Yes, of course. Though I admit I'm a little lost here. I think we are all a bit lost here, Your Honor. I have no memory of the light. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. My producers came up with my PR line before he knew this. So silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others. No others? But this is a murder trial. I apologize, it was part of my contract, you see. I was to keep my blindness a secret no matter what. Music is everything for me. I never imagined something like this would... She told us the truth in the beginning, when she said she saw nothing. Very well. Does the defense have anything to add? I'd like to cross-examine, but what is there left to ask? There was one thing in her testimony that bothered me. Perhaps it is best we let you get it out of your system. Someday you'll come to understand the importance of thinking for yourself. Very well, the defense may proceed. However, be aware this court will not tolerate any questions deemed too stressful to the witness. Okay, there's only one part that bothered me. Just let me ask about it and I'll be happy. One part? Let's see here. Wait, there's only... It's closing her eyes here. When you say your staff, do you include Mr. Lettuce? Of course, he was my manager. So he knew. And that's what's been bugging me. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? I believe I know what is bothering our young defense attorney. You are thinking of when you discovered the body, yes? Is he right, Apollo? Yes, I was. He's alive. Cold, so cold. Weakness, just cold. Don't worry, you're going to be fine. Can't see. It's Siren. Can't see. So the dude told me to ask the witness and he named you. Why would he do that? He knew you were blind. I don't know. Sick. What did I just say? You need to learn to think for yourself. Meaning what? There's no mystery here if you recall everything he said. Think of his last words once more. The witness, Siren. We heard them many times along with a little play acting by our defense. I remember them well myself, but that statement is not to what I refer. I mean what he said before that. Before? What came before that? Oh! That's right, he tried to tell you. When he said can't see, he was talking about himself. He was talking about the witness. I see. Too bad the defense did not. Well, her forehead. Try relaxing and looking at the facts first next time. Damn. Order! Recall Lamirror's earlier testimony. I was on my way from that stage to the backstage exit. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But she could have heard those gunshots. I thought we proved that. That is not the most important point here. The moment he was shot, Mr. Lettuce witnessed her through that window. Why else would he have named her as the witness? But I really did hear them. 2 gunshots, and the man's voice. Unfortunately, such a thing was impossible. The window was closed. We had already run our simulation, of course. But it was so clear. If I heard that voice again, I would know it in an instant. Your Honor? What is it, Bailiff? Can't you see we're in session here? We have the results back from the investigation. The investigation? Ah, the Interpol number that Mr. Letus left us. Well, let's hear it. We will continue this cross-examination afterward. Detective Crescent, your report, please. I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. Quick work as always, Darian. Well, tell us about the number. Is the defendant a secret agent? IPXX314206. The agent registered under this number was Romain Ledes. What? Our undercover Interpol agent was Mr. Letus himself. He was apparently in the middle of an operation. So when he wrote those letters, he was trying to tell us his own identity. And a cautious killer tried to wipe them away. Mr. Letus was an undercover Interpol agent. So him being Lamiro's manager was just a cover for most likely. There's one other important detail I found. Well, out with it. It concerns that 45 caliber revolver, the murder weapon. Apparently it belonged to Romain Ledes. Letus. He had an Interpol permit to carry firearms, and the registration number and the revolver matched. So the victim was killed with his own weapon, which makes sense. It's hard to imagine someone who wasn't an Interpol agent with such a large revolver. But the victim was an Interpol agent on an undercover op. Wonder how that ties into everything. It's gotta tie in somehow, you think? Yeah, somehow. Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It's a great help. Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Hold it. Wait, Lamiro, is something the matter? That voice just now. Darian? Mr. Darian, is it? It was him. I am sure of it. It was him? You aren't saying... That voice I heard talking to Mr. Letus when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darian. Is this some kind of joke? What? No way. Oh shit! Well, the courtroom fell into such a chaotic state, the trial had to be suspended temporarily. I'd never seen that happen before. Of course, it's not every day that you get an accusation like that one. Lamiro fingering Darian Crescent. Not only is he a guitarist, he's a detective. Could really have been his voice Lamiro heard. Things were changing fast, and frankly, I wasn't sure I could keep up with it. Hey, no wimping out now, Apollo. To be continued. Well, shit, man. Hey, Apollo. What? Well, you know. Actually, nothing. I mean, something, or maybe not. Out with it. The suspense is giving me an ulcer. Well, you know, the trial today, I was thinking, if you gave it a score, what score would you give it? Score? G. Guess I would, or maybe, well, but I'm just as bad as you. See, it's so vague, clearly. Machi avoided a guilty verdict, which is something, though I can't say I'm any less confused about the case. As in... The victim, Mr. Letus, who would have guessed he was actually an undercover Interpol agent? What a mess. And we don't have any idea what he was investigating. Well, true, but we know who shot him now. Lamiro told the whole court. Wait, that was just now. It's another mystery, Apollo. I love mysteries. I don't. Speaking of mysteries, what's Mr. Wright up to? I wouldn't mind asking his opinion. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Daddy around. What, is he some kind of stray that just wanders in and out at will? I wouldn't say that, but he has been going out a lot. Some top secret mission, he said. Top secret. Anyway, you can't just rely on him to save the day. You have got me to help you, we'll be fine. Fine, right. Well, times are wasting, as they say. Let's investigate. That's the spirit. Darian did it. Lamiro dropped a bomb in a court today. It was Darian. Lamiro said she's never forgotten a voice right. Elephant's ears? I bet that's what they're called. Somehow I don't think that means what you think it means. She has to be wrong this time. Wrong? Why? I mean, look. Those gunshots were right during the concert. That's right. I was burning up the dance floor at the time. Right. Did you happen to look up on the stage? Maybe at Darian even? You bet I did. He's one of the Gaviner's guitarists after all. He's so cool. Oh. Right. All the caminers have rock-solid alibi. He could have shot Mr. Latus backstage. But Ramiller heard him, didn't she? She heard Darian backstage, right? Somebody's either wrong or lying very badly here. An Interpol agent? I was wondering what is Interpol anyway. Interpol? They're the guy who catches international criminals. Why can't they just call them international police instead of making up some silly name? Yeah, anyway, you think he was instigating Lamiror? What? Why would anyone do that? She's not a criminal. She couldn't be. Don't be fooled by appearances is all I'm saying. Remember, I'm a magician, Apollo. I can spot a palm coin at 50 paces. Only were that easy. In any case, we know he was working on something. Wonder if it was something that has something to do with something. Something being our case that the last something I mean. Something like that. Frankly, the whole thing is making my head hurt. What's Mr. Latus up to? Ah, ha 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 ha. Trucy, was that another one of your tricks? Wasn't me. I can't even make a Mr. Hat laugh like that. Oh, it's this guy. Wherever the mundane gives way to miracles, a word is whispered. Cramarai? Hey, the other day. This guy is kinda sus. This guy's very sus. You meet again. Nice to meet you. Who are you? And could you please stop smirking like that? It's you, Uncle Valant. Uncle Valant? He's your uncle? No, silly. It's the great Cramarai, Valant Cramarai. The Grand Magician. Yes, it is I, the great Valant Cramarai, as seen on television. Can you please stop smirking like that? It's been a while since Miss Trucy had 7 years to be exact. My, how have you grown? Good to see you again, Uncle Valant. You look exactly the same. I hate to intrude, but there's a great magician paying us a visit. But it was you who wished to see me, so be quick with your questions. Do not quake or quiver. I'm quite tame. Though my stardom may sear the sight, I'm quite down to earth when need calls. There's a certain aura to him. It's true. Let's ask him about the case, Apollo. His aura shares him lost on our magician in the making. She's practically drooling with enthusiasm. After all, Uncle Valent's one of Daddy's best friends. That's why I call him Uncle. What? Daddy? You mean Mr. Right? No, I mean my real daddy. Trucy's real father? Wait, Apollo. Don't tell me you don't know about Troop Cramarai. Troop Cramari? No, Cramari. It does sound kind of familiar. Oh, lost life lamentably, listed as lad. Do not know of the greatest troop of magicians on the planet. Valant Cramarai. Cramari. The name began to surface in my mind. It was a name I'd heard on television as a child. You bet you heard the name. He made a cruise ship disappear and blew up an amusement park. Oh, and he made all this gold disappear from a safe. Then he escaped from a high security prison. You said he is a magician. I opened the locks to hearts chained by mediocrity. This is the true miracle of Trope Cramari. Wait, what, Apollo? I do remember seeing you on television a long time ago. Weren't you with someone else, like a duo? A duo? Yeah, you had a partner. Something Cramari. Yes, Zack. Zack Cramari. A masterful maker of magic, a capable crafter of shining showmanship. Why is everyone so quiet? Daddy? Oh no way. Once upon a time, Troop Cramari included 2 grand magicians. Myself, Valant Cramari, and my partner, Zack Cramari. And this Zack was my real daddy. Trucy's father, a magician. Does it make sense? I had no idea. There wasn't much point in talking about it. Not now that he's gone. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I'm not lonely. I got my daddy after all. You make me laugh, Apollo. Glad that I'm good for comic relief at least. Not that I see Daddy around much these days. I've been remiss to remember my reason for my visit. Reasons? Two, in fact. The first being, of course, to see you, Miss Trucy. You don't know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Valen. Sure you are? Not one for modesty, are you? When I encountered you at the Colosseum the first time in 7 years, I could faint contain my emotions. I wept oceans. And to learn you now defend that poor pianist, that blinded boy. It was a hot topic of talk amongst the staff, you know. Defend him, you did. Well, it wasn't all my doing. I'm his defense attorney, actually. My other reasons for coming here today was this. That's a videotape. Quite so, a recording of the concert, no less. I brought it for you, Trucy, on behalf of the Trope Grammary. Will you watch it? Okay, where is Crescent? Okay, there's him. Machi. Where's Crescent? This is the spot where you don't see Crescent though. I don't think sauce about this. Yeah, there's no Crescent in that performance. Wow, it's almost as good as it was live. So what's the word? Mysterious. There are more mysterious things than her song going on. Way more mysterious. Ah. This Valen Cramary has good reasons to be here today. But I wonder what his reasons were to be at that concert. Oh, fuck no. Just move then? Machi may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect. But they don't have any decisive evidence. Yeah, but only someone as small as him could have gotten out of that room. Right, the air vent. And he lied. Lied? Machi Tobaya can't see. Machi. Speak of the devil. He looks like he's doing okay. Forget, why did we come here? It's not like we can talk to him or anything. Words are overrated. Feelings are what matter, Apollo. It's kinda hard to build a court case on feelings. But since we are here anyway, might as well get what I want to say off my chest. If you need someone to complain to, I'll listen. I think she's actually worried about me. Trial today? So what did you think of the trial today? Phew, I'm glad he doesn't understand English after all. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by that trial. Hey, all's well that ends well. You have to be more goal-oriented. If he's innocent, we win. If he's found not guilty, we win. Machi might not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do. Huh? I'm glad Lamir testified what a great person. She even got Machi off the hook by naming another suspect. Darian of the Carabiniers, the detective. Wonder if Machi knows what happened. I mean, if he could follow how the trial ended at all. No one told him there's a new suspect, how would he know? Hey. What is it? Apollo? No, it's nothing. I must be imagining it. Imagining what, Apollo? It's just, I couldn't help but feel that, I don't know, Machi. he doesn't understand what we're saying, right? How could he? He's a young Borginian, he doesn't speak English. Yeah, but my president is still reacting to him. How maybe it's malfunctioning? Or it's scared because you keep making those I'm so mad faces. Was I that bad? What you lied about not being able to see? What if that's not at all he lied about? If you're curious about it, there's only one thing to do. You should ask him. I think it'll take something to get to him. Some kind of undeniable evidence. We'll be back, Machi. So Machi, you can see, right? Machi can see and Lamiro can't. The whole world's gone topsy-turvy. Sorry, Apollo, I don't think we're going to get any information out of Machi. Which makes sense? Yeah, I guess it does. Guess we can't do anything else. Sunshine Coliseum. Ooh, what a great day. It's perfect weather for sleuthing. The weather matters for an investigation. Don't sound days just feel like magic days or defense days. Sure, let's get started, shall we? Right on. Show us your stuff, Apollo. What stuff? Your voice training. This is the perfect place for it. I did enough at home, thanks. Oh, there's no need to be shy. Keep that up and you'll never make it on the big stage. I'm happy in the courtroom, thank you, I'm a lawyer. Then you're in luck because it's lawyer weather today. Don't you just want to face the blue sky and shout, objection? Look, the weather has nothing to do with lawyers. Let's get going already. Ah, backstage. Mr. Attorney, Lamiro. I'm sorry about today. There's nothing you need to apologize for. You're merely defending Machi. Are you okay alone, I mean? Humans are blessed with 5 senses. In a wrap of one, we get by. Though it does make being a witness rather difficult. Speaking of seeing, you knew who we were before we spotted you just now. We weren't even talking. I heard your footsteps several times the day before. Oh, you must have great ears. Ears that heard the crime taking place, or so she claimed yesterday. But how? It was quite a statement you made today in court about hearing Darian Crescent's voice at the scene of the crime. I don't know his name, but I never forget a voice. As I said in court, I was on my way backstage from the stage. That is when I heard his voice. I'm guessing Darian and Mr. Lettuce were talking about something. The next moment, I heard those gunshots. Why didn't you call security? To be honest, though, the noise was quite frightening. I never imagined that gunshots might be real. And I was in quite a hurry myself. I left the scene at once. So it really was Darian's voice that she heard. Yeah. At least she certainly thinks it was. I met Machi before my debut as Lamiro. I was singing in a restaurant in Virginia, and he was playing the piano. Yes, he was very kind to me when he learned I could not see. Is that when you started playing opposites, with Machi pretending he couldn't see? No, it wasn't then. That began after our major debut, after I became known as the landscape hint in town. It must have been tough for Machi, pretending he couldn't see and all the while acting as your eyes. We held hands always. He would write with his finger on my palm to signal to me things I should know. He is a smart, gentle boy. I think I see what she's getting at. Machi would never harm a soul. But Mr. Lettuce, yes, he was an Interpol agent, I hear. So you had no idea? Of course not. No one did. I guess that's what it means to be undercover. Someone was after him. They had to know who he really was. Why did he pose as my manager? I do not understand. You have no idea? I can only assume that he was investigating me. But why? What makes you think that? Perhaps it is not so, but I cannot deny the possibility. Because of my condition, as my present is veiled in darkness, so too is my past clouded from memory. Clouded, right. The darkness that I feel is not the darkness that I see whenever I open my eyes. The real darkness lies in my heart. In your heart? I have no memory of the time before I became La Mirror. I awoke from darkness, into darkness, you might say. I was singing in a restaurant those days. What was it that she said about not being able to remember the light? I do not know my past. Perhaps I committed some terrible crime in my past. Everything before becoming La Mirror is lost to me. But I don't think you... I can think of no other explanation. Why else would an agent of Interpol approach me? Do you think your past might be related to this case? No way, that seems really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, La Mirror. I thank you. Machi too tells me this often when I fear who I might have been. Oh yeah, we got the video. We took a look at your performance again. It was even better the second time. Thank you. That reminds me, that was an incredible illusion you pulled off. Illusion? When you teleported from one stage to the other, remember? Ah, yes, apparently they hired a professional magician, Valant Gramarye. I was wondering, do you think you could tell us how it was done? I'm afraid I cannot. Mr. Gramarye made me swear to never tell a soul. I was afraid of that. Hard to be a magician if you can't keep a secret, you know. Ah, I'm reminded that I wish to speak to you about something. Yes? When I was walking this hallway before, I stumbled upon a small device of some kind. It was lying on the floor. Device? Maybe you mean this? That's been lying there since the day before yesterday. Might I touch it? I thought as much. What? What did you think? This is one of our headsets. Everyone on staff wears one during a concert. Wonder whose this is. We use it for communication. It would be quite inconvenient to should go missing. We'll hold on to it for you then. We'll give it to Prosecutor Gavin when we see him. Yes, that's best. Thank you. So can I put it on? Interesting. For 4 signals, all concert stuff war 1. Ten 4. That little body this is Juicy reporting in. Over. Why the sudden silence? No one answered? Don't be silly. What's good is I receive it that doesn't receive. It's like Emma not performing the forensics investigations. You make her sound like she's some kind of forensics investigation machine. Which is just silly. Unless she's a super high-tech android that runs on snack raccoons. Okay. Attach, I'm not some kind of robot, Apollo. Everyone's on staff was wearing one of these headsets. This might warrant some further inquiry. Can I ask you about this headset, La Mirror? You said that all concert staff were wearing one. That's correct. You need them to communicate across such a large stage. Remember the staff had one, of course. And all of the band members too, I should think. The Prosecutor Gavin and his lackeys had them on too then. They're quite helpful, though limited. They only work within 30 feet or so. After all, they're only for use on stage. A stronger signal would interfere with the sound system. That makes sense. I think someone would notice if they dropped their only communications to lifeline. So why was this one lying here? Interesting. The stage. There's nothing here. Yeah, I think there's nothing there, man. I should probably... We found much in Mr. Lettuce up on top of that tower. Yeah, I used to not like high places, now I hate them. Thought it would have been nice if we found a dead body closer to the ground. Though that reminds me of Daddy's bad with heights too. Huh? No kidding. He took me on a Ferris wheel right a while ago, you know. Halfway through his face got all green and he remumbled objection over and over. Poor guy. Poor guy. Machi played so beautifully. Yeah, like a real pianist. Just silly, Apollo. How can you call someone as good as Machi as a pianist? Why, that's like throwing him in the same class as Daddy. Good thing Mr. Wright didn't hear that one. Okay. Something here. It's only... Okay, interesting. Ah, it's only 1% know who can munch with that such a venom. What are you doing here? Hello, Emma, you're looking as grumpy as ever. Oh, I'm supposed to be happy. You give me the second degree in court and Prosecutor Gavin makes me look like a fool. You are talking about the bloodstain Mr. Letus left. My department chief had a field day with that one. Well, a blind person could see the shooter wasn't blind. Funny guy, huh? But the bloodstain helped uncover the biggest mystery of all. Now we know that Mr. Letus was really with Interpol. We wouldn't have found that out without you. Suppose maybe that's why the chief gave me the release after he was finished chewing me out. This was my reward. Are chocolate statues popular down at the precinct or something? I was hoping we could check out the crime scene again. I guess you're not going to find any clues in here. But I did find something strange. Something strange. I met my embarrassment quota for the year, that's for sure. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? How? I mean, think about it. Now you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else all year. Only it worked that way. It just box me think that the little kid outsmarted me. It makes him even more suspicious now that we know he can see. He could have seen the air duct, and he could have shot the revolver. That's not how it sounded in Lamoury's testimony. You mean her saying she heard Detective Darren's voice at the scene? That's right. Why can't we have a normal, straightforward killing once in a while in this country? I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Is that true what you said in court today? You know, about the case? About how everything was happening according to those song lyrics? The guitar serenade, you mean? Found the link, you know. First, Prosecutor Gavin's heart-shaped key ring was stolen, then Lamira flew through the air. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar caught on fire. And in the end, a bullet took Mr. Letus's life. And he went up into the sky with a guitar, well, 30 feet up at least. It is kind of hard to chalk it up to coincidence. I know, and I found it. You think the same person did all of this? Don't ask me, I didn't do it. Neither did I couldn't fit through that airbed anyway. What? You all think I did it? Sometimes I worry about that girl. So what did you find? So little I must have passed over it yesterday. Found it under this sofa. What is it? Part of some device, I think. I haven't a clue what. The bit sticking out from the end looked familiar, so I had it examined. Turns out it's an antenna. Ooh, like a beetle? On a beetle. Like on a cell phone, this device must use an electronic signal of some sort. Electronic signal, you say? Oh, I don't get it. Okay. What am I missing, I wonder? What am I missing? In the resting. Lily. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Wait. Oh no, I was there to watch my trick to take the air to the one who knows how it was done. Of course, I'm like a DTV to stage as my domain. So for no mystery upon those footlit boards not a grasp, lightly twist my fingers. It's a potent primeval power I possess. Do you think you could tell me how it was done? Hey now, Choosy? It's like totally against the rules, Apollo. Not doing a murder investigation, it's not. Mine's done for my illusions are mine alone, monsieur. Also what? Recall that the terrible occurrence happened later. Well, after my illusion enters the audience. Oh, doesn't even ask? I won't answer. Don't even ask. Too much for you, Apollo. Whose side are you on? I Valen Gramarye. Now make my leave, Miss Druzy. There's no need to rush, Uncle Valen. You should stay a while. I am afraid I cannot. I shall not. I have been asked to assist with an analysis, and so I shall link back to the scene. So you will be at this concert venue today, correct? If you would call on me, come to the Coliseum. See you later, Crocodile. With a whirl of his cloak and a wink of his eye, he turned and walked out through the door normally. Well, there you go, Apollo. Let's get cracking. Right. Valen Gramarye. I got a few more things to ask him. Foremost among them, that bit of magic that made Lamirou disappear. And how he knows Druzy and her real father. Okay. That song. Isn't that the one Lamirou was singing? Yeah, you're right. The guitar serenade. Well, I'd love to do a show on stage like this. Come to see that. The house is full, and as one of the audience sighs with wonderment. There I am, singing my ballad, rose petals swirling through the air. Not bad. Wait, aren't you a magician? Oh, that's right, I was a magician, wasn't I? Some dedication. If this is Miss Druzy, and indeed it is. Uncle Valen, what exactly are you doing here? I take real responsibility in tasks undertaken. I'm inspecting my recruitment of illusion to make sure naught is amiss. The Lamirou teleportation illusion. Ooh. Should anything to go wrong, it would reflect poorly upon me and my trope. As I went about my exacting examination, I happened to notice that piano. And I remembered that fair lady's melancholy melody. Hey Apollo, maybe Uncle Valen can shed some light on this whole thing for us. I was wondering about this show the night of the murder. Lamirou Vanishing Act was your illusion, right? Indeed, the purple prosecutor petitioned my performance. At the climax of the song, he said, "Make her disappear like a dream." Like a dream. Yet, what can I work with on a stage meant for musical in the words? There are none of the convenience of a stage built for a sorcerer's act. It's a challenging task, and so I accepted. She disappeared from the top of the tower, but in order to move, you would have had to use some sort of secret tunnel. People come to me because I'm a professional among professionals. My illusions are custom made for a time and a place. Now, because of the murder, all the eyes of the nation are on this concert. Not a bad thing as far as the fortunes of Job Gramarye are concerned. So you were here checking up on your trick to make sure it went well. And went well it did. Now, speaking of pianos, that piano over there troubles me. It troubles you? Why? Why? Why do you ask? Why? I think it's probably quick if I just go check it out myself, thanks. Or that though. I know what you are thinking in that head of yours. Gramarye, yes, you say. I recall seeing him on television. Something of that sort. Actually, yes, you're right. Well, he just read your mind, Apollo. Or everyone tells him that and he made a good guess. It was 20 years ago. A young magician, a genius of his time, came down among us. His name was Magnifi Gramarye. It was he who became the great Job Gramarye. At his prime, not a day passed that he did not play upon the screens of every TV there was. I do have a vague memory of someone like that on TV, yet several years ago, that time came to an end. My Job pulled a vanishing act, yes. Cries for magic no longer heard. The TV screen a barren waste, stripped of illusion. If that's not true, I still went to all your shows, like that one in the parking lot down at the supermarket. When you start playing supermarket parking lots, you know you're in trouble. We hone our skill at these small venues, always while waiting our time. Yes, one day we will rise, up from obscurity onto fame's shining stage once more. I do this not only for the magic that is Gramarye, but for my partner. Your partner? You mean... Yes, Zack Gramarye. Truce's father. Before he disappeared 7 years ago, there was no name higher than Gramarye in show business. Circles, none. And we see us return to glory. I, Valen Gramarye. Our founder Magnifi Gramarye was truly a genius, a work of miracles. I'll never forget the one I saw when I was little. How we made that whole jumbo jet go and what happened to the jet again? Apparently someone doesn't remember it was as well as they thought. All the world of all the would-be magicians who came to his door, only Zack and I had the talent. In no time at all, Valen and Zack were the shining stars in the Gramarye crown. Crown? Cool, huh? And Zack Gramarye was my daddy. Now that Magnifi and Zack are gone, I have but one wish. It'd be I, Valen Gramarye, who brings the Gramarye miracle back to the big stage. I'm rooting for you. Miss Druzy, you cannot grow up quick enough. I need your skill by my side. One skill coming up. How did we manage to get off the top of the case so quickly all the time? It's one big piano. You actually play one? Yeah, you should get Mr. Wright to teach you sometime. No good, he can't play either. I kind of feel bad for that guy now. Maybe now's my big chance. Stand back, this could be the debut of Prodigy. Ew, did you make that noise just now? Let me try it again. Dang. You know, I think something's stuck in the piano. Time to take a look under the hood. Huh? Look, this was stuck between the strings. Looks like some kind of switch. Someone must have thrown this into the piano. Interesting. On the stage is a switch for something and that's about all I know. Switch sitting there tempting me to push it. Don't, you might blow up the whole Coliseum. Apollo, please. I think that every strange switch triggers a bomb. That kind of old-fashioned drama thinking doesn't cut it in our busy times. I choose the PI. Please, enlighten me. What does you think the switch does? Maybe it turns on the electric razor in Prosecutor Gavin's dressing room? Switch has a pick as a razor to turn on a razor? Okay. I wonder if I... Lamiro... about this? Do you think you could take a look at this? A small device. Looks like a transmitter. A transmitter? You press the switch here and it sends out a signal. No idea what it's for though. Signal? You mean an electronic signal? Or is it Apollo? Say, Emma. You know that strange object you said you found? Oh, this? Let me try pressing this switch. Ouch! It's on fire! Emma's device is on fire! What's the big idea? Oh! Well, now we know what this is, an igniter. This party must work like a lighter. You lift me up, that's for sure. Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. Suppose at least we are getting somewhere with this case. Hey, Apollo, let's ask Emma more about the switch. Now that she has some first-hand experience. What are you trying to do? Burn me alive? Come on, it was just a few sparks. Says you weren't the one holding it. There's enough sparks flying around here just with you two talking. Anyway, now we know this is a remote for an igniter. Let me see that for a second. Well, this is definitely a little transmitter. The signal's weak, probably only reaches 30 feet. A transmitter, huh? Incidentally, if you look at the cross-section diagram of the stage area, let's see, 30 feet from Lamira's dressing room. That covers the backstage completely. Also looks like it would cover the stage. It kind of seems unlikely anyone would use this on stage. Forum diagram. Guess I best be getting on with my investigation. We'll have to look for more clues elsewhere then. Feel better just knowing what this thing is now. I'll have to look into Igniter a bit more later. Good luck! I'd like to know a bit more about Igniters myself. Okay. All these little parts is pretty complex. I guess this is where the fire comes out other than that. Good thing machines run even if you don't know how they work. But Daddy always says, not without saying you want to go around repeating Juicy. What? Come to laugh at the murderer? Darian. That old bag opens her pie hole and bam, my life goes down the chart. Thanks. They won't let me work while I'm a suspect. Darian isn't in the best of moods, is he? Not many people are these days, it seems. It is a crime scene, not exactly the happiest place to hang out. Then Gavin had to go wrap salt in the wound. My alibi is rock solid, rock solid. So, about your alibi, you have to ask. The shooting happened right in the middle of the third set. That's right. The music was blaring when we heard those gunshots, and found Mr. Letou's dead. I've got 10,000 witnesses who saw me too, right there on that stage. The guitar playing was something else. Thanks, little lady. See? This whole thing's a sham. I can't believe they aren't letting me work. There's no need to yell at me. It's Lamira's fault. She was the one who said she heard his voice at the moment of the crime. Man, I never even talked to that old windbag. How could she possibly identify me? They won't let you work? He won't let me work. Gavin says I gotta lie low. Lie low till the suspicion is cleared. Suspicion. He can be such a stick in the mud. Mr. Gavin, a stick in the mud? He may look all flashy and showy, but he's straight as an arrow, man. Except when he's depressed. You hear him whining the other day? Oh, you mean the thing with the mixing board? He's just a perfectionist is all. Not a bad guy, really. Well, I think the Gaviners are the best. Have all your albums. The band's fine too. Gavin can write a good tune, I'll give him that. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Prosecutor Gavin around much. Oh, him? He's down at the prosecutor's office, most likely. The prosecutor's office? I've never been there, have I? The data on the victim should have come in from Interpol. Normally I'd be down there dealing with it, normally. Apollo, let's go check it out. I've always wanted to see the prosecutor's office. Maybe that's not such a bad idea. Right on. Say hi for me, okay? Oh, and screw you. And tell him I went into that crime scene. We'll be going now. Hey, wait. Yes? What do you really think have happened, really? You don't think I did it, right? Well... Great. Waiting still a guy with some confidence. Just remember, I was ripping it up on stage when it happened, okay? Ripping. Don't get led astray by some siren song, eh? Get this one wrong and you'll be eating humble pie for a year. I'll pick it myself. Let's not talk to him anymore, alright? Detective Darian Crescent. He's one stone I'd leave unturned if I had a choice. Gavin's office. So, this is it. The Gaviner's head office. It's not the band's office, it's the prosecutor's office. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking, what is this creepy thing object? Whatever. Looks like Prosecutor Gavin is on the phone. Oh well, I guess we'll have to come back. Or we can hide behind the bookshelf real quiet like. That's eavesdropping. Why? We'd just be waiting. Quietly, so he didn't notice. What if he heard something scandalous about the band? Should be a good reporter for Gossip Mac. What? A replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, Lettuce. Lettuce? Look, don't talk to me about those Bargenians, okay? Just get me that report. Chop chop. And stop leaving mysterious objects in my office, okay? It's times like this when I start to miss Darian. Huh? Hiya. Just thought we dropped in. Hope you're not mad. How could I be? There's not enough to in the world in any case. Let's see. Prosecutor Gavin, the philanthropist. Watch and learn, Apollo. So who have you come to see? Huh? Collaborator lead vocalist for the Gaviners? Or Prosecutor Gavin, scourge of the courtroom? What do you think he means, Apollo? Think he's giving us a choice? You can either ask him about the concert or the case. Which way to go? That reminds me, did you see the paper today? Yes, I was reading the TV section. Good girl, how about you, her forehead? I read the funnies. Then you will not have seen this. Concert of the Tragedy, the prosecutor's deadly song. Ooh, is that a news show? I haven't heard about that one. It's not a show, it's an article, news, you know. Oh, does this have anything to do with the case? Since getting back from the trial, my phone has been ringing off the hook. How does it feel to take a man's life with a song? Have you ever heard Humble Man all the way to a death row? Do you think you could sing for me over the phone? It is endless. Thanks to a case you made today, of course. Oh, that was all Apollo's idea. Hey! Is that a newspaper over there too? Ah yes, the Virginian Daily Bugle. Go ahead, take a look. Thanks, but I can't read Virginian. Oh, that's right. Suffice it to say this is a big news over there as well, though they didn't go so far as to mention the lyrics to my song. Probably no one in Virginia could believe it. It's probably seen as just a theory at this point. The journalists didn't see the need to mention it. That makes sense. I hardly know what to think of it myself. Let's mention the lyrics of Lamir's ballad. The testimony will probably be in the evening edition, I imagine, which is why I have Darian step down from the investigation for now. Yeah, we run into him moping in front of the Coliseum. Lamir was my invited guest, so it is a rather delicate situation. You understand how much I want to solve this case quickly if possible. I really love that song. It has such a great atmosphere to it. You covered it with Lamir, if I remember correctly. That's right, it was last year. I had gone to tour Virginia's legal system as a matter of fact, and that's when you heard Lamir's voice. It was at a small jazz club. I wept that night. I knew I had to meet her, to talk with her. So I used my influence, which is not inconsiderable, to arrange a meeting. Wow, prosecutors really have a lot of clout. I think it's sort of a special case, Druzy. Thankfully she liked the work I did and we wrote a song right there backstage. Watching on a piano at that dulcet voice. myself on a guitar that I borrowed from Lamiror. Music history was made. Probably not an experience your average lawyer would ever have, like Apollo say. It's a memory I hold dear, and the song we wrote that night was this. That very guitar is right over there. You mean this charred lump? Don't call it lump. That's a piece of history. It's only brown, not really charred. No matter, I shall never sing that song again. I wouldn't have to use that guitar again either, even if I could have. What happened during that song anyway? When his guitar suddenly catch on fire? You think you could show it to us? Your charred, slightly burned guitar? I'm sure he doesn't mind. What more could happen to it? That was an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this. That's the guitar from the cancer, isn't it? I thought it was on one of the staff playing on a gag on me. Never guessed that wasn't the end of it. I had a specialist analyze the guitar incidentally. Oh, did you find anything out? We didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear. But the results he came up with were intriguing. Intriguing? How does that guitar tie into everything that went on? Sounds like something we should ask about. What is that? What's that on the plate there? Is that gum? Gum? Maybe he was chewing it when the phone rang. So he put it on the plate for later consumption? You think a rock star could afford a fresh stick? Don't jump onto any conclusions now. That's no chewing gum. Take a closer look. Although I really shouldn't be offering, should I? What is that? It looks like a lump of plastic. Wait, that phone call. Looks like Prosecutor is on the phone. Replica. Oh yeah, replica. Prosecutor Gavin, does this have something to do with Mr. Lettuce? Wait a second. You were listening to my phone call, weren't you? Who? Us? I tried to stop him, really, but he froze me too. Hey, you were the one who digging for a scandal, Miss Reporter. To tell the truth, I'm not even sure what it is, but apparently it's a model of something undercover agent Mr. Lettuce was after. This lump? Would you mind telling us what you know about it? Bum 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 bum. Lamiror's guitar. It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lamiror. How did it end up here? She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she paid a present of it. So this guitar is from Virginia. That it is. You couldn't carry it on until playing changes in the air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lamiror's studio. Use a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. See, prosecutors do have a lot of clout. I must still think he's a special case. Such a valuable guitar. It's too bad it got burned. What was it that you were saying earlier? Something about intriguing results from an examination of the guitar. That's right. What was it? What's that all about? Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It is called the sun hole. So that's what it's called? Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. Broken device? Yes. This, in fact. Hey, this examiner is busy with evidence for the case now, however. He'll be checking this out once he's finished with everything else. That device looks strangely familiar. Oh, it does look strangely familiar though. Slightly scorched adenters. This sprinkling through. Yep, it's pretty much of a used piece of junk. It's kind of like you after a trial Apollo. Which part? The burn clean through or the useless piece of junk? This is finding Mr. Lettuce's back. It's apparently a replica of something. Replica? It's a small lump about 1.5 inches long. We analyzed it, but there's not much to say other than it's a lump of plastic. Perhaps it was to be used in the identification of whatever it is a replica of. You mean whatever Mr. Lettuce was after? That seems to be the most logical explanation. Well, what is it? Don't ask me, Fraulein. Oh? You don't want to tell us? You could just say so. I put in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Virginia. Apparently there is a block on information somewhere along the chain. Oh? There's something either Interpol or Virginia doesn't want to share. Something about this little piece of plastic. Mr. Latus went through all that trouble to become Lamir's manager. Just to come to this country to find out more about this lump. And he died for it. Sent someone to Coliseum to fetch Lamiror. Sample. Sample, huh? Hope she knows something about it being a Virginian. Oh yeah, we do got the... It has to be one of these. What is it, Apollo? That device, that was found in your guitar. Take a look at this. Why? That looks like the same thing. What is it? It's an igniter. Another one? It was at the crime scene, in Lamir's dressing room. Detective Sky found it, actually. At the scene of the crime? What could that mean, I wonder? Here that covers everything I'm at liberty to talk to you about. Oh. Thanks for the dropping by, Hair Forehead. Thanks? Wow, you gave me so much information. That igniter, for instance. Oh, that. I never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. It's a big help. Or perhaps you're just a tad naive, I guess I could have hit it, but somehow showing it felt like the right thing. I could say the same thing to you, Prosecutor Gavin. Thanks for the information. About the strange lump of plastic? The one that Mr. Latus was investigating? Hey, that's right. I've been thinking, Hair Forehead. We encounter many incidents in our lives, all of us, not all of them simple. Especially not the ones where people are killing to song lyrics. That is why I try to at least remain simple inside. And I keep a simple goal, to discover the truth. That's why I like to keep relations civil, yeah? That is all. I can live with that. Mr. Prosecutor? Rolling? Can I ask you why you sing in a band? Because I want women to turn and look when I walk down the street. That's pretty simple too. Now, if you excuse me, I have got work to do. Another time, perhaps. Huh. Oh, it's you. You came at the good time. Hello there, Emma. What's up? Either of you know where Lamiror is? Well, I saw her in the backstage hallway a while ago. Yeah, that's strange. What's strange? I can't find her anywhere. I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office. Lamiror's missing? It's hard to imagine her wandering off somewhere on her own. Being that she's blind and all. Yeah, we'll help you look for her. Great, thanks. Shit, okay. She's missing, huh? This place is deserted. I wonder where Lamiror went off to. I'm sure she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful. I guess, but I can't help worry about her a little. Let's check the stage. Huh? The stage is pitch dark. The power breaker must be off for this section. Great. I'll go get someone. Yeah, it was really dark out there. Dark? That's all Lamiror has when you think about it. What would it be like to live in a world of darkness? Hey, Apollo? Huh? What? Doesn't something about this stage seem different to you? Like something's changed? Changed. I can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me. No, it's bugging me too. What's she talking about? What else is different? Hey, that case? Isn't that open before? Huh? I guess someone closed it? Wait. Look, where the case closes. Something sticking... Oh, it's like something sticking out. That doesn't look like an instrument. You don't think it's... Let's open it, Apollo. Oh, no. Eek, Lamiror! Lamiror! Emma, we have to get Emma. Lamiror was taken directly to the hospital. Emma ran around barking orders, making phone calls. Susie just clung to my arm and cried. Me, I was still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days is too many. Emma, how's Lamiror? Is she okay? Ah, you. We all owe you a big thanks, that's for sure. So, she's okay? Yes, she came to a short while ago. We found her before it was too late. That's good to hear. So, what happened? Someone attacked her. She was struck on the forehead. By who? We don't know. But they hit her on the forehead, right? It's right in front of her. How would she not see? Oh. Right. Would you like to see her now? Is that alright? She wants to thank you for saving her life. Let me roar. Ah, Mr. Attorney, you were the one who found me. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm just glad you're okay. Tell me, what happened? Just after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room, I sensed someone approaching. I thought it might be someone come to see me, but they said nothing. When I was to return to my dressing room, we were hit. I knew that very moment. I knew the assailant was trying to kill me. It's lucky for me the first blow did not knock me out. I turned around and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me. I could hear footsteps. But I reached the stage first. By the stage, I had overheard maintenance people talking. The power to the stage area was off, they said, for electrical work. Darkness is my ally. There's a coin contraband case near the stage. That is where I hid. But the assailant couldn't see you. Once in the case, I'm afraid I passed out. Wow, that sounds like a really close call. Do you have any idea who it might have been? Unfortunately, no. Who it was, they said not a word. Too bad. Yet, when I considered that I was struck high on the forehead, it must conclude that whoever hit me was taller than I am. Good point. She's a sharp. And you're much taller than me. You're as about tall as Apollo, so that means it was likely an adult and probably a man. Could be him. But why would anyone attack you, Lamiror? The detective asked me this too, and to her I gave the same answer I gave you. I do not know. Oh yeah, maybe she knows about this too, yeah. Lamiror, I wanted to ask you about this. Do you know what this is? This is what Mr. Latus was carrying it. It's a replica of the thing he was after. You know, in his secret identity as an undercover agent. So that's what he was doing. You mean you know what? Yes, I know, of course. This must be a Borginian cocoon. What? Or rather, a convincing replica thereof. Why haven't I heard of a Borginian cocoon before? Why would he be carrying this around? Is it some kind of souvenir? I wonder. Well, they call it a Borginian. Must only be found in Borginia. For certain, all in Borginia know of this. It's a cocoon, so you get silk from it? I do not know the details, I am sorry to say. I thought she said all in Borginia knew of these. There's one fact I do know about the cocoon though. Something all in Borginia know. What's that? The cocoons, they are not to be taken out of the country. If someone does and is caught, they will be put to death. To death? Why? I do not know. Yet if the Interpol was involved, I'm sure there is a good reason. But this is just a piece of red plastic. He was carrying a replica, but looking for the real deal. It's my best guess. So that's what he up to. Tracking down Borginian cocoon smuggling. Must be her, you know. She lost her memories, but it might be her, the smuggler. Seems it was marked. Life changed for me with the popularity of my songs. I began to travel around the world. So you could have brought those Borginian cocoons with you. On my trips, yes, that was probably the suspicion, and Mr. Latus was placed as an undercover agent to look into it. Borginia is a small, sheltered country. Not many of our people venture into the world outside. It's not like they suspected you. But Mr. Latus wasn't a Borginia, was he? He was an Interpol agent, which means... What, Apollo? There must be some reason why Borginia doesn't want those cocoons getting out. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved. Like what? How could such a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion? Cocoon smuggling. And Mr. Lettuce hat Lamira mark. It couldn't be her. Huh? There's one other person I need to talk to. Thank you for talking to us, Lamiror. It was the least I could do. Actually, I have another request. It is within my power. I need an interpreter. Someone who speaks Borginian. Apollo? Would you come with us, if you're well enough? I see. Yes, of course. I shall accompany you. How? Where are we going? Come on, Trucy. We're about to get to the bottom of this. Machi, we came to talk to you about the case. Machi. Oh, could you interpret for us, Lamiror? Yes. Machi, I'd like to talk to you about when we first met. When we still thought you were blind. Now we know the truth. You can see, right? I was completely fooled myself. Machi, isn't there another real secret you're hiding from us? Wait, Mr. Attorney. What do you mean by secret? What do I mean by secret? Well... if I'm not mistaken, you know something about this, don't you? Hey, you got a reaction. A big one. Machi, you didn't... Trucy and I are trained to see people's uncertainty. Not that we would have needed any training to see that one. Mr. Attorney, please tell me what this is all about. Lamiror, please interpret. Very well. I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to a prosecution and have them look into it. He asked you to wait. Do not be so hasty. Machi? Do you know everything? Yes, everything. Well, sort of. Have him tell us about it. Very well. What is this cocoon anyway? The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure. A cure. It must cure some disease. It's a cure for impurities. A cure for impurities. But if it's a cure, why keep it a Borginian like that? Just think of all the lives they could save by sharing the medicine. I don't understand the reasons myself. Okay, well, at least we know what it is. A cure. Impurities. What does it mean? What does it mean? It is a impurities. Mr. Lettuce was after the cocoon smugglers. Wait. Was Machi? Machi, you weren't... He couldn't be a smuggler. He's so little. Well, you are only 15 and you're sort of a magician, aren't you? Well, that's true. I'm sort of a magician. You said sort of. Oh, to have a copy of that security camera tape. Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me. First he plays blind, now he plays dumb. I wonder. Do you think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? Machi really did bring one into our country. Was he planning on making a deal for its sale? I can't go home. Can't go home? I can't go home to Borginia. I don't know about to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Borginia is death. That's right, it's punishable by death. About the case. What about the case? He wants to tell us about Mr. Lettuce's death. This meeting's over. What the? Darian? What do you mean? Visiting hours are over yet. There's a call from Machi from the Borginia embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy. We're leaving. Darian, wait! I never liked you either of you. Either of you, huh? Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo. He didn't want us to hear what much you have to say. Apollo. And there can be only one reason why. Why is everyone ignoring me? Oh, sorry. This is it. I know who I'm after now. It all happens tomorrow in court. Well, this is it. Today's the day it all goes down. And then there was a yesterday. Darien. I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice. What was that? He is heard but unseen. Who's that talking? Valen Cramarie, using the door like an average muckler. Muckle? No less. You aren't the witness today, aren't you? Are you, Uncle Valen? A preposterous proposition. How could I stand up on the stand? When my secrets would be free for the blocking. I might even have to sign autographs. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day. Oh, with vanishing magic. Indeed, I will jump upon an express train and express myself to the next town over. But before I go, a word of warning. Warning? What? A grand Cramarie glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. A glamour, a spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Druzy, though, it pains me to part so. I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell. And there he goes. Just seemed happy about that illusion thing. Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. The big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually it involves cutting up things like people of Eiffel Tower or anything really. So he was talking about what we saw at the concert. Remember disappearing at Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar? I wonder what he meant by at the root of all that has happened. But it's about time, shall we go? Excuse me, sir? Yes? The scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. The trial will not be commencing until 10:30 AM. Sorry for the inconvenience. What? Did something happen? This is a first. It was by the judge's request, some urgent personal business. Great, I bet he stayed up for too late last night, watching courtroom dramas. Apparently he was visiting the hospital again. The hospital? I believe it was to mention that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently his condition worsened considerably this morning. The Chief Justice's son. Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning, the judge said he had to go visit him after the trial. There's an article about it in the newspaper, if you care to read about it yourself. Incurities. Oh, Incurities! Okay! Where have I heard that before? I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV guide page to me. Try not to lose the page when with the funniest if you can. Ah ha 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 ha. Okay, I get it. I get it now. Very interesting. Very, very interesting, man. Incurities. DC strikes closer to home than ever before. Very, very interesting. My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of how do you say this name again? Machi Tobaye, our suspect fortissimo. Right, it's his trial in any case. The defense is prepared, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready to rock. Is something wrong, Your Honor? No, well, yes. It's just I've been friends with Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time. Incurities, what was it? The article said there's no known cure. Her judge, let me say with all honesty, feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law. Indeed. We left up at quite the juncture yesterday. I asked him to pull about that number. Hold it. Quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought Therian would guest star in the season cliffhanger as a suspect? I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings. Therian Crescent is a member of my band, the Cavineers. He is also a detective making the current charges serious indeed. Yet, after investigation, I have found no cause to alter our case or file new charges. New reason is, weren't you aware, her forehead? He has an impeccable alibi. An alibi? Let's review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. The Cavineers ripped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, our guests took center stage. The only performance appearing for myself, Lamiror, and Machi, along with a drummer and bassist for a total of 5. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the third set. Lamiror and the defendant, Machi Tobaye, had left the stage at that point, and the Cavineers were already rocking. This is when 2 shots rang out at the scene of the crime, shots heard by Detective Emma, Sky, Manju, and Apollo. You heard them too, right? They sure did. Furthermore, Lamiror herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime, and she claims to have heard Mr. Lettuce and Detective Crescent talking. But that's impossible if Detective Crescent was. Precisely, Detective Crescent was on stage getting his groove on, no less. Voila. A perfect alibi. Does the defense have anything to do at this? It's true, when I heard those gunshots he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up. It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Therian Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged, which means that Lamiror was sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true. Very well. Of course, if we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence that keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections. Apollo, if he declares a verdict now. But Prosecutor Gavin's case is airtight. Lamiror might have been lying to protect Machi. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait, what about this day in the detention center? What the case? Yeah, okay. Darian. Machi was trying to tell us something, I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is ask him under oath. Very well. The court finds the defendant, what was his name again? Your Honor! No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquis or Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice? Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who until now has not been given a chance to speak in this court because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean... I do. The defense calls defendant Machi Tobaye to the stand. What? But he doesn't speak English. Well, use an interpreter. Interpreter, I'm afraid you have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases such as I love you and where is toilet. The defense would like to request Lamiror as the interpreter. Lamiror? But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant. But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie? This is most unusual. Bravo, her forehead. Her judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lamiror lies, I'll be able to tell. You know, my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that. Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal. Finally, some progress. Bailiff, please show the defendant and Lamiror to the witness stand. I suppose there is a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with. If you would, Lamiror? Yes. He says Machi Tobaye, the defendant. This is certainly a first for this courtroom. Not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular. So far, so good. Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would. Huh? If I would what, Your Honor? Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about? What do I want him to testify about? I haven't thought that far yet. Apollo, aren't you going to ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday? How can I if I don't know what he was saying? Excuse me a moment, if I might speak. Yes, Lamiror. Just now, Machi said there is something about which he wishes to testify. Machi wants to testify about something? What could it be? What sort of testimony is this? Is he talking about? One moment, please. Ah, this suspense is killing me. What? What? Well, let me roar. According to Machi, he has proof of his innocence. What? This is a surprise. Yahoo! Victory Apollo, we did it. This is something too good to believe, and I know what that usually means. Well, if that's true, then if this is a vital testimony, let me roar. I mean Machi. Please testify to the court. Very well. He says that the word of Mr. Letus's death came as a great shock, but if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, that is he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them. I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. No, I think he knows English though. That would prevent him from following the same so closely. I wonder what he meant by proof. Why he would only have to ask Lamiro to know the meaning of that song. Lamiro, did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him? I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked. Has my repeated warning already fled that forehead? Lamiro might be protecting the witness. Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would. Yes, Your Honor. Something is hidden in that testimony, I know it. I just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. Work today. Bracelet time. Bracelet time. Okay, where? Okay, what a liar. I think he knows English. He says that. Oh! Gotcha! The eyes! Machi, you can't fool my eyes. You glanced towards her the very moment Lamiro said the word English. Why? And don't bother interrupting that. He understands me. Machi, tell the truth. You can't understand English, can't you? What are you saying? Of course you can. Must he continue this charade? Miss Justice, Machi says this. I know the word English. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language, that is all. What? Give me a break. Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance? Well, yeah, but... I am sorry, but he truly does not understand your language. Well, then explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics? Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? It is simple. So simple it hardly requires an explanation. Read about it in the newspaper. Which one? This one? Wait. Article about the case doesn't mention the lyrics though. The newspaper? The Portuguese Daily Pico. You can buy it in this country these days, you know. They have already begun to report about this case in our homeland. I was right. What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes, they are quite fierce all of a sudden. Machi is lying. Maybe it's time to show them proof that he's lying. I have here a Portuguese newspaper, the Portuguese Daily Pico, as a matter of fact. And indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Machi? That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics. What? What is this all about? I'm sorry, Machi. You could have read about the lyrics in the Portuguese newspaper. What does this mean? What? I don't see how it's possible. Oh, I know. He must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Yes. Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in the police questioning. I read the full report myself. So the lyrics were in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less. The witness will explain himself. What he says, yes, it is true I read the newspaper, but this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now remember. You remember? He says he heard of the lyrics from me. What? Is this true, Lamirror? Yes, I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself. Then it looks like her forehead's been jumping to conclusions again. Seems so yes. No, I was onto something. Know it. I can't let this chance slip away. Time is an issue today, Mr. Justice. Are you finished with the cross-examination? What are you going to do, Apollo? I'm going to keep on cross-examining. I better have an angle of attack. Or else. My bracelet is still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue. You must. Very well, witness. Understand. It was I who explained the grand flow of the song. Couldn't see anything. I think I saw something there. Watch, it's moving, right? Am I tripping? No. I'm pretty sure I saw it move there. You know what?
Gotcha!
Did you know that the body reveals are thoughts? And you are telling me you were uncertain just now. Should I be interpreting this or not? Yes, of course. I must admit, I find it hard to interpret that which makes no sense. Maybe you got it wrong. Apologies at thought. You might have a point there, Juicy. No need to I'm sorry, I've already retold him. Great, now my client's laughing at me. Guess that was the wrong spot after all. Damn, it's rock solid. I'm pretty sure Interesting. Interesting, man. Let me have a bathroom break. Let me hear it again. Did I already try this right?
Gotcha!
Shit.
Hold it!
Exactly how much did you explain to Machi? Ah, this is a question for me, yes. His interpretation thing is getting old fast. I told him that Mr. Latus had been killed and why he was suspect. I told him the crimes of my dad they followed my song. Did you mention any particular words of the song related to the case, such as heart? Yes, of course, I explained this. He was quite surprised. Yeah, I knew he was innocent. Maybe he's too choosy. I do. What's wrong, Apollo? You got a tummy ache or something? Something's hidden in that testimony. If it's the truth, I'll find it. It's gonna be this one, man. I'm sure.
Hold it!
It's not actually the guitar that's in love. Hmm. I'm tripping. I'm telling you guys, I don't see anything. Oh, well, well, well.
Gotcha!
What do we have here? Lamiror, I'm currently cross-examining Machi. Why should you be uncertain? Me? Uncertain? Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained. I see there's a little point in trying to hide anything from you. Lamiror, are you indeed protecting someone? That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself. Then allow me to answer for you. Lamiror, you're protecting Machi Tobaye. You're protecting Machi. That's why you lied and told us that you had explained how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the time. This is not the way. Machi, I believe you didn't do it, really. I trust you. But you have lied to us twice. And now you have Lamiror lying on your behalf. This is going to work. You have to trust me, too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English. You have to. Oh! Witness, is this true? Do you understand English? Yes, a little, only. What? First he could see, now he can talk? And you did not know about this, Lamiror? No, I did not. It is quite a surprise. How many secrets is this witness hiding? Last. This is last. Machi, could you tell us what really happened? No shooting. I did not shooting. I did no shooting. So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those 2 gunshots, correct? Apparently, the answer to that question isn't simple either. I was in dressing room behind desk, manager, he on floor, which would be after the shooting, right? Then there's voice. Voice? Or our voices? Was it you and Emma, Apollo? So when Machi went into the dressing room, Mr. Letus had already been shot. Then we came to the door. Panel high up. I take off, run away, run away. So it was you who escaped through that air vent. As the prosecution has held all along, no less. The defendant has a minute to be at this scene. Might we take this as a confession? No, he's clearly denied that he did it. I know shooting. Manager on floor, already on floor. The victim had already been shot, you say? I find it hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He's the shooter. Does the defendant have anything to say to this? He's clamped up, Apollo. Then let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness? Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait. No, of course there is. The cocoon. That cocoon has to have something to do with this. Machi, please tell us the truth for your own sake. No, no more speak. Not to any of you. So much for your precious trust, Hair Forehead. Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him. Regardless, this brings us to an impasse. It does seem that the defense and defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything from more value should this continue. I see no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed. Apollo choose this. That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some. Believe, I know shooting. Machi claims Mr. Letus was already down on the ground when he entered this room. Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it. Suddenly I hear revolver, close, very close. Then I hear voice. You heard gunshots? Yes, it's true. I hear a revolver, but only sound. Wait, you're saying you went into a dressing room? and found Mr. Latou's already dead, and then you heard shots? That's true. So, you were at the scene of the crime and you heard those shots. And you escaped through the air vent? I know. Huh? What do you know? I know if I open in vent, I can leave stage and backstage. So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area. Is that what he means? He's right. Look, Apollo. Huh? Yeah. But how did you know it was connected like that? Wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something. I hear this from Magician. Magician? Don't look at me. Magician, huh? Well, at least we are clear on one thing. Machi didn't shoot Mr. Latou's. Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into a room to find the body and then he rehearsed the shots? That one's going to go over well in court, not. Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. That's what Daddy always told me. I'll just pretend you misheard him. Every time. So, what do we do? You sure you won't testify, Machi? No talking. No. Well, it was worth a shot. At Cocoon. Blackmail him? Of course, he's scared. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo. So what's your plan? Machi won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Right. Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. You're a good talk. Very well, so will he testify? Your Honor, defendant will not testify. What? Shame, and here I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around. Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor. Different angle? If Machi won't testify, then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lamiror. Lamiror? What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lamiror's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can... Lamiror was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. What happened? She was assaulted, Your Honor. Assaulted? Someone wanted Lamiror dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? I heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin. Why would anyone be out to kill Lamiror? Can you think of a reason? Well... Think of how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? But someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been? You don't think... I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latou's. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So I'm to understand that this is what you are saying, namely, that there is a nugget of truth in Lamiror's testimony. A nugget we have yet to uncover? Exactly. Lamiror was attacked. This has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Lamiror's testimony once more. Lamiror, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. I know that Machi is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes that. Please, let's review your testimony from yesterday. That's correct. At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite soundproof. You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice? I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there. There is, it seems, much you do not know. And yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court. Of course, Your Honor. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. It's when I heard them, Mr. Latou's and the detective. I heard the faint sound of gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. Was it the smell of gunpowder? I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window. Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony. I am sorry, I am not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet everything I have said here is the truth. Then it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Let me was attacked because of this testimony. What, Juicy? Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool. Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead. Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness. Okay, what did she hear? Darian Crescent. I did not know his name at the time, but yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I need to remind you that's impossible? There's no way you could have heard him. Because the window at that scene was closed. Is that why? Of course. Apollo, if you keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere. That's right, maybe there's a different angle I can try. Did you hear anything else? What are they talking about? Remember, do you by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us. I haven't given it much reflection, but I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. A whole phrase? You remember something that was said? Why did you say anything yesterday? Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said. This could be it. The clue I've been waiting for. Well, what did he say? Was the other man speaking, not Mr. Lettuce? The shooter, then. Darian Crescent. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch. Now! Switch? The shooter said this to a victim, Mr. Lettuce? I thought it quite strange myself afterward. It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some lights on this? I mean, sure. I'd be delighted. It's very, very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony. Maybe, Apollo? Switch, huh? I think I know what the switch is. Remote Drika. That's right, baby. Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Oh? Yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene, but it just so happens I have a switch right here. That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it? The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage. The stage? Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. Oh, on the stage? Are you claiming that the voice Glamour heard was of someone commanding another to press the switch? It's a possibility. Oh, her forehead. I call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert room. The stage is quite far from Lamiro's dressing room. Not to mention that the Cavaliers were in the middle of concert on an unset stage. We are known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So too have her forehead's cries of possibility falling far short of being heard. Sorry. But he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? You heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it would be easy to get a message to someone on stage from the dressing room. Prosecutor Kevin, perhaps you are familiar with this? Why is that? What is it? Is that some kind of new entangled phone they invented while I was looking? This is a type of a transmitter, a communication device. Communications device? From what I heard that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, actually. Therefore, talking between band members. We all had one on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple. True, but wait, those send out an electronic signal to avoid interference with the audio systems. The range is quite limited. Lamira said it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section back on the concert forum. Exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be! So when Lamiro heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage. You're claiming this is the switch in question? Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could have been placed in a pocket and carried on anywhere. Someone could have hit it on the stage after the fact. Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard their voice? When the shooter said press the switch? Well, I guess we don't. An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's little point in debating it. Ugh. I was sure this was the way to go with this. What is this switch anyway? You don't even know that basic fact. Wait a second. I do know what this switch is. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes this case. What's up, Apollo? Apollo? We know about this switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah? Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning this switch, Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Justice? I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what this switch is. Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking this switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of Igniter. Also, Kevin, you remember this? Oh, that's what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones? This is an Igniter. What phone looks like this? Igniter? You mean it's like an Igniter? Yes, actually. You aren't saying this switch is a remote. I am. This is a remote trigger for Igniter. What? Look, I'll show you. Yo! Miss Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom. Yeah, sorry, that was a bit more fight than I expected. My wrist got caught on fire.
Hello, motherfucker.
Yo, hello, Spirit! Hello! Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote. Igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your... Oh, come on. Wasn't that part of the stage show, though? Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware of such a thing had been planned. And the guitar that burned was valuable keepsake. That's right, he got it in Virginia from La Mirror. I'm guessing you know who did it by now? I have a... Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's this guy, Darian. I'm pretty sure it's Darian. Perhaps. Like, I don't think... No one else comes to my mind at this point. I think it's him. Like, there's so many points where he's kind of saucy, you know, and everything. He said the sound was amazing before it burned, of course. That just kind of smokes. The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. Hair forehead. Yes? Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice, heard by La Mirror, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire? I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Lettuce and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed, and the guitar caught fire. Well, that does seem to make a sense. Though, something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it. Really? It seems pretty simple to me. Hair forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have for you. I was expecting something a little more sensible. Is Ragnarok next? Ragnarok? I'm debating. Like, probably I'm gonna do a Metal Gear Solid first series. But I don't know, then you know, God of War series. But I'm now, you know, those two series, like for sure. But then I'm trying to think what should I play for the JRPG side, you know, JRPG side series. That one I haven't figured out yet, what to play with the JRPG. I guess I was wrong. Probably Metal Gear Solid first, then God of War series. With, you know, not JRPG series. But then... Gotta think of for the JRPG side. What's this all about, Brassica Gavin? I got some few series on my mind, but we'll see what I decide on. This simple story simply makes no sense. Think. That night my guitar caught fire, yes. The cause may have been this, indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set. Ah, that's right, of course. The guitar caught fire during the Lammer's song. Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated. Yes, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise size for this is faulty. See, his story makes no sense.
Objection!
Are you sure about that? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice? Maybe it's not the premise size for my explanation of this switch that's at fault? Maybe it's our premise size for the entire case so far. What premise is this specifically? Premise? I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act.
Objection!
What's this? The detective Emma Sky heard the shots and found the body. All of this happened in this third act.
Objection!
Gunshots rang out. And according to his testimony, Machi was in that dressing room at the time. Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice? Catch him! Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony. And I got all the other older God of War games too, which I haven't played. The only one I played was the 2018 one. So, probably, we get to play the older ones too. Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony. Namely, that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane! Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that a remote triggered that was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can control only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but a second. But during the ball-out performance, the second act! What? Order! But that goes against the evidence. What does, Your Honor? This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of that song, yes? Yes, he's right, look. The bullet is supposed to come after the fire. You're thinking about it the wrong way. Huh? Look, why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the person doing it. Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose? Reversed? Prosecutor Gavin? If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes. The shooting would have had to come after the guitar burst into flame. Yet her forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Would have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd followed the lyrics the whole way. Order! That would explain this most unusual situation. It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second. And on the second video, there was no Darian! We saw the video, man! He wasn't in here, man. He wasn't in here. He was not in this... He wasn't here! There's no Darian! I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song. But I question your logic, for it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction, her forehead, one I have pointed out several times and no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lamira have heard a voice through it? Oh? I know that you would like to divert our attention from the critical fact, but you are basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise? Right. Lamiro's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice. What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying press the switch. Near the crime scene we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can all be coincidence, but how do I make it work? I see more direct line of questioning is required. The crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime. That window was closed. Can you tell us how Lamiro heard the voice? A key point to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? Hydrate? Okay, Justice, you got one thing to prove, and one thing only. Lamiro heard a voice. And she heard it during the second set. Think, how was Lamiro able to hear the voice? She hasn't. Nah, okay. She was somewhere else, has to be. When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it. It hadn't been open either. Meaning it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. Ah, it's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be a Borginian too. As I was saying, Lamiro could not hear the voice through that window. So there can be only one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely. What's this? You do amuse me so. And here I thought you and Good Sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and Good Sense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for you, Hair Forehead? Lamiro clearly said she heard the voice through that small window. And there is only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene? There is. Oh, I know that look. He wants to ask him. Very well. You claim Lamiro heard the voice from another location. Mr. Justice, show us where this location was. Lamiro heard the voice from... Wait. Where's the vent? Where's the... Oh, that one, right? This is where Lamiro heard that voice from. But that's no small window. That's the air vent. That's right. What did she tell us? She said she's Borginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called at this air vent a small window. Monkey hair. Now you have done it. You can't be ridiculous and into ludicrous. So Lamiro was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice. That's the only logical explanation, yes. Logical? I do not think this word means what you think it means to Hair Forehead. Okay, what about it isn't? Huh, it hardly merits a... How would Lamiro be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat, no offense intended to her, of course. The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, Lamiro? You have been listening to our discussion here, yes? Yes. Admit, it's had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed. But why should that mean I could not hear through it? I feared our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter. The problem here is words. Lamiro, this small window through which you heard the voice. Was it up high on the ceiling of the room? Not low on the wall? Yes, it was up on the ceiling. What? Order. I will have order. Witness, you will clarify the statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room? And that's where you heard the moment of the crime? Yes, in fact I was. I'm sorry, I never imagined it would become such an important point. Yes, well, why the heck were you up there? I believe it's time for another testimony. I'm not sure I can. May I remind you, this is a murder trial where we will hear your testimony. That's why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. I think I should be, you know. Yeah, I think I have an idea. I have an idea. Let's see if I can, you know. Please, Well, looks like I'm on the right track. Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I had heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. Because it's a magician. I am bound to secrecy on this matter. Yeah. Bound to secrecy? In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold. But you say you were in the middle of your performance. So did this happen during the second set? I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard. Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail. That's what the cross-examination is for, yeah. Hair forehead. Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No application, no binding pact may hinder that mission. Very well. Miss Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. What are you going to do, Apollo? I'm going to find out the truth. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her. Alright. Like, I was... Can I somehow prove it with a... the videotape? I mean, she's that on the ceiling because of the, when she disappeared for a split second,
Objection!
Yeah. Let me write, truth be told, the reason for your presence above the ceiling is quite clear. Especially when you consider that happened during your performance. What happened? Yes, it's all right here on this video. Oh, you can see a fire there. You can already see a fire there. What the hell? I didn't realize, but you could only see a fire in the guitar there, right at the beginning. Or, not the beginning, but there. Wow. You can actually see it there, Damn. You can actually see the fire lighting there. Man, this would be a lot better if they had, voice acting or so, somebody singing this. As we can see, Lamira was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Oh. Though it saddens me to be so realistic, Lamira is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view. And during that time, she moved to the back of their ballroom. Apollo? What, Trucy? It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets, and it's against the rules. But I'm a lawyer. I'm not supposed to be nice. This is all very fascinating. But how is it possible? There's only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. She could have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed. Aha! He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here, we can trace a route through the ceiling. Goes from the stage through the backstage to the rear of the forum. Oh! Recall Lamira's testimonial from yesterday? She went from the stage to a backstage exit. Perfect description of this route above the ceiling. Lamira knew of this because of her part in the illusion. But she wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now in the lobby, she told me something. Opening went? Yeah, he knew too. He said that? Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course. Yet I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? Magicians only reveal the details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of magician's life, which is why he bound Lamira to secrecy. Well, Lamira, I am impressed, Mr. Attorney. Mochi was right about you. So, what does this mean? Are you saying you used this route above the ceiling? I did. Well, that's that. But I'm still confused. Why is that, Your Honor? As I said before. 20 seconds though, right? Still a time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds stops? How could, you know... That's a good question. Can the witness explain this to the court? I cannot. Very well, Mr. Justice. Yes? It's all up to you. Do you think? What thing, Your Honor? You need to explain how Lamira was able to teleport like she did, or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater. Why do I get picked on? It's Lamira who isn't going along with the program here. As I have stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion that not in detail. Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it will be your job to wring the truth out of her. Yes, if you would, please. Right. I feel like a student before finals. Good luck, Apollo. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There's an emergency exit in the backstage where a stage hand waited. From there on, one can enter the ballroom on the opposite side from the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. 2 minutes! I was on my way when I heard the voice. 2 minutes? How the... 2 minutes, you say? The Mr. Deepens. I suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something. As that's my curiosity, take it away, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lamira is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. Figure it out already? I am a magician after all. Well, tell me. Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here. So it's so on 20 seconds, but it's supposed to be 2 minutes. Then how? Right? Where's the 2 minute one? How the heck? 2 minutes? Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you are running. Running? In that cramped, dark tunnel above the ceiling? Haha, Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me. Ah, that's true. But, so you're saying that on the night of the concert, you made the trip in 2 minutes? Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway. Lemur disappears on the video for 20 seconds. She says you made the trip in 2 minutes. How? If you want my professional opinion, I'll bet the answer's right there in that video. What? Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us? Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony? Evidence explaining the discrepancy? Have the evidence? What? Can I watch the video again? What is missing there? What? Huh? Yeah, you can see the fire there. Okay, what else is missing? Oh, I think I know. She lost the. Could be wrong. This. Mirror, do you happen to remember this brooch? Aha, the brooch. We saw that yesterday, did we not? It was found at the scene, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now? Why? I thought we had already determined when that was dropped. So did I. But we hadn't. Take another look at the video. Now we look at the video again. Here you can see she's wearing the brooch. So she is. Let's look at a bit later. There's no brooch there, man. What? The brooch is gone. What? Yes. The brooch disappeared in the short space of 20 seconds. And it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means that there can be only one explanation. The Lamiro we see before the Vanishing Act and the Lamiro we see after are two different people! What? What? The brooch was found on the floor at the crime scene. Not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Lamiro, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage? At the very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did. Order! Prosecutor Kevin! From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case, Herr Judge. I, of course, knew about it. What? Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So, I was right. There was a switch. There was. Just before the stage's tower rose, Lamiro was replaced. While we were on the subject, just who was this replacement, Lamiro? Why, the man behind the illusion, Valant Gramarye. It was Gramarye. That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one thing. Yes? The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you went on the stage. That's right. But this fake Lamiro is still singing. And she's pretty good. That's true. Come on, Apollo. That's an easy one. They were just playing a recording. The Gaviners aren't some kind of air guitar band, Fraulein. Oh, you mean I'm wrong? When we play a show live, we play live, no recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lamiro. Very well. Yes. Do tell and add it to your testimony. I had to keep singing even while I moved. What? You were singing? Yes. Mr. Kevin expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this. Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling about the ceiling towards the backstage? Why should it matter where I sing, when everywhere I go is the same darkness? But if you were singing while you were walking, that's right, wouldn't the shooter and victim have heard? She was singing right over their heads after all. That is right. Are you sure? You have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime. What state? Oh, I know what he means. That old speaker, Apollo. Speaker? That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. Ah, that's for monitoring the stage from this room. Monitor. Satisfied that dressing room was filled with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. So Lamiro singing in the ceiling sounded just like Lamiro singing over the speaker. Ingenious. Her voice was hidden by her voice? Ah. Lamiro? I have just remembered something. Do tell. When I heard their noise, the gunshots, yes. It startled me, so I stopped singing? What? I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. The song. Stop? Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse, so not many would notice. Forehead, that mixing board, I let you, where is it? The mixing board, huh? That machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks. Oh, this? I'd completely forgotten about it. Let's take a listen. right there, right? The song does stop there. It does. I mean, it does. I must have missed it. Look at the lyrics sheet. At the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again. This man, this fucking... Oh. It only said pleasure one time. This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake. Yeah, this is why I said I hope you like this video. Yeah. They played it so many fucking times, man. The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lamiroy's ballad. If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter. Which means that Darien Crescent could have done it. He wasn't on the stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Kevin, fascinating. I don't believe I ever seen a trial turn around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains. What's that, Prosecutor Kevin? Your forehead's theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet it is entirely based upon Lamiro's testimony. Yes, is there a problem with this? Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she is lying to protect the defendant? But you have no proof. All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear. Until we hear directly from the man himself. Man, you don't mean... Yes. Though he is a friend and a band member, Darien Crescent must take the stand. I see no other way. As someone with a new perspective on the case, as a suspect, to be frank. Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole, and I'm ready to catch him. Darien Crescent, get ready for justice! Advise him. This is a good time as any to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin. I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are. Very well, court is adjourned for 15-minute recess. Oh, to be continued. Alright, let's go then. Apollo, I can't believe it. It really happened during this second act. And it's right in the middle of Lamiro's performance. When she was in that air vent. And that switch and the flaming guitar. When you link it all together, that's what you end up with. I knew you had what it took. Phoenix! Ah, Daddy! Mr. Wright, you believed in me? Not really? Huh? I just thought that make a cooler entrance than say hiya. Why do I even bother hoping? Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all. Ah, sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. Lettuce, only shorter and not as well dressed. Oh no, what if you were shot too, Daddy? Would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. Huh? You're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. What? Good luck. Right. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You get Machi to buy you off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you have, after that, a detective, aren't you? Darien Crescent. It won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. Current court system? What did Prosecutor Kevin say during the trial? Your case is based on one fragile assumption. Namely, that our diva divine is telling the truth. But what about all the proof? The brooch and the switch? A piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. The flaming guitar too. All because you lack definite proof of their connection to the case. Okay, but if the sultry songstress is lying, your case melts like a butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly seen scent of failure. So what do? Like I said, good luck. And Be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Ugh. Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend. Detective Sky? Emma. Let's see. This bag of snacks here was meant for me. And here it is. What are those, Daddy? They don't look like very good snacking material. They were found at the scene. Analysis of their fragments revealed the traces of gunpowder. Gunpowder? Probably a firecracker or something similar like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. Under the sofa. Hey, Apollo! That's where we found that little device thingy. Right, this. Well, finally, some evidence that makes sense. Interesting. Well, at the crime scene, appearing gunpowder residue, possibly a firecracker. So, you think this was some kind of firecracker? Yeah, one of those noise makers like you shoot off on New Year's. Did you know that in China they use firecrackers on New Year's to scare off evil? So it's kind of the same thing. Really? I had no idea. But did you know this? It takes more than 500 peanuts to make one 12-ounce jar of peanut butter. At least my useless fact had something to do with the evidence. See you after the verdict? Maybe. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Find Darien Crescent's igniter and set it off. Okay. And he walked out the door just like a magician normally. Oh, what does he want us to do? No conventional methods. What does that mean? Guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. I guess. We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Choosy. Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin readies Detective Crescent. In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time. Very well. Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Darien was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs Division 3. Or 3rd. But his guitar playing, it fires my imagination. That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the commander at hand. Correct? Oh, I know. Her forehead. Very well, call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darien Crescent. Name and occupation, please. Darien Crescent, Detective, Criminal Affairs, Division 3, or 3rd. It's the International Affairs Division for those of you who didn't know. And I'm a guitarist for the Gaviners. Maybe you have heard of us. Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today? Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave me your word, I wouldn't be standing here. The situation's changed, Darien. You don't call me partner. Heh, so much for old friends. I see what you're doing, Darien. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial. Yes, it's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lamiroy's testimony. If, in fact, you have anything to say about it. Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Virginia. Wherever you are from, Mr. Justice. Conventional methods are out of the window, huh? Here goes nothing. Okay. The diva's lying plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she had gunshots, as if. Didn't Detective Emma Sky hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shootings took place when I was on stage, man. Yeah, we heard the shot, but you know, the firecrackers, I think. So you claim Lamiro's testimony was a lie? Hey, don't get me wrong, I dig what she's doing, trying to protect that kid. She's got the court-eating vague statements out of her hand just cause she's blind. You go too far, Darien. Look, all I'm saying is you got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? Detective Sky? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. He didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. I can't do this with Lamiro's testimony alone. I'll have to find some other way to prove when this shooting took place. Alright, I should probably go over what I got, I haven't used yet. Just lying and plain and simple, she's got nothing to stack up her story in the first place. She never heard my voice. Alright, I probably gonna pick up someone prove the firecracker probably. Actually, I was there too. So I hear, which means you heard them too, right? The gunshots. Yes, we heard gunshots. Neither I nor Emma actually saw the shooting, mind you. I guess you and Lamiro got the same excuse then. You know one thing for certain here? There were gunshots like sounds that emanated from that room during the third set. What we must determine is whether those sounds were actually gunshots. Machi heard them too. Remember he said he ran for the air duct when he heard them. So, how do we figure out just what those gunshots during the third set were? Wait, but I can though.
Objection!
Some things were found at this crime scene after yesterday's trial. What things? The first was this small device. That's the remote trigger igniter. Correct. And one more thing. What are those? The remains of something burned, not another guitar, I hope. Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker. How did Kevin know about this? What, you think Detective Sky works for you? I received the report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision actually. What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin? Register Darian as a witness in today's trial, just in case. This raises another possibility. Those gunshots-like sounds during the third set could have been two firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control. Hahaha. You've got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me. How so? So you're saying that these firecrackers just happened to go off? Right, when two witnesses came walking by, huh? That's right. Darian was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know someone was backstage right then? The firecracker goes off in the forest, and there's no one there to hear. You get my drift? Why go through the trouble, man? How do I explain this? He may not look it, but Darian is a gifted detective. Show any weakness and he's sure to find it. He may not look it, partner. Gee, thanks, man. That reminds me. I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself. I saw something odd there just before the third set. Something odd? A headset, the kind of all the bands and staff members were wearing. That's right. We picked this up from in front of the door into a dressing room. What if that headset wasn't dropped but blazed? And what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on in that hallway. Even if you were out on stage. Feh. Whose side are you on, Gavin? Listen to me, Darian. There are no sides in the court of law. Which is why I now turn to you, Hair Forehead. I have a question for you. Huh? For me? The igniter and the burned fragments that were found at the scene of the crime. Certainly a possibility that they were part of a ruse to fake the sound of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix, and you could fabricate an alibi. We're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake. We can't say. You have raised the possibility that the shots heard during the third set were fake. Now you need to prove the other half of the case. The other half? Look, I'll just tell him. He wants you to prove the thing went down in the second act, while a real piano player was on stage. That right, Gavin? Indeed, if you can't prove that, then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless. Well, Mr. Justice, can you prove that the crime took place during the second set? Yeah, I think. You better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through. Can't be proven. You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you. Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness your testimonies if you would. This isn't going to be easy. I need some decisive proof and fast. Heh, you ready, kid? Cause I am. Let's see my proof. I mean, can we just use this?
Objection!
Seems there was a clear proof left behind. Right here in Lamuru's song. Her song? What exactly is this device thingy? A new variety of gramophone, perhaps? Come on, we just use this, and don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part. Part? You move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Lamuru's voice included. Oh, but what does this prove? According to Lamuru's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words of the song. You intend to examine the recording at that moment, yeah? You might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. Huh, ridiculous. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in the dressing room out on stage? Have you forgotten, Darian? We were all wearing these headsets. Oh. We were all deeply involved in our performance. But Lamuru's headset was full of picked up what she heard all the same. Now let's get to analyzing that recording. Right now, Lamura stopped singing when she heard the shots fired. Find that spot and I'll find the gunshots. Okay. It was around... Wait. No? How do I... Oh! Wait, no, not that part. Number 1! Right? Yeah!
Take that!
Your Honor, listen closer to this part. This is the track with the Lamuru's vocals. Oh my god, why do you have to show this, man? Stop it! Just, why do you have to listen? There's nothing. Oh, I hear a bong. But come on, I did hear something faintly there. Yes. Why? It sounded like a gunshot. What? This has to be some kind of mistake. Oh, that hair, man. Okay, I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means Lamuru's testimony was true. So she was telling the truth about what she heard? Was the other man? Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire. Detective Crescent, you weren't on stage during the second set. You could have done it. But why did we only hear one gunshot on the recording? Were 2 bullets fired from this bullet weapon? Lamura was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough for her mic to catch the first shot. But then, as she passed over to the dressing room, the gun fired again and Mr. Letu's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent? Once again, I'm reminded of something. Our performance that day. The performance. Seeing the mixing board shocked my memory. You were there too, her forehead. What is it today? Part is up? Yeah. Second guitar. I thought it's strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you, I know how you play. You're better than that. Yeah, well, You what? A prosecutor, Gavin? What are you getting at? I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Letus's 45 caliber hand cannon. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you are an amateur. Wait, you mean his playing was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver? Ha! You're fucking something. Yes, Detective Crescent? I am trained police officer, you know. I had firearms training, plenty of it. I'm no amateur. The standard sidearm is issued to police officers of 38 caliber weapon. A much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Letus, which suggests there was a struggle between killer and victim. So, the killer might have not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean? The thought that had occurred to me, yes. Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent, What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves rolled up ready for action has to say. Hey you, attorney. Me? Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You got a little noise on a tape that could be anything. You have an alleged guitar cue missed due to a 45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Gavin. I really do. You can line up your little big pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager, and that's the only obvious truth. The witness has a good point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in the response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us your reason why you couldn't have done it. Oh, come on. Ugh. Why is my back so... Come on, why would I even want to kill that manager? Your reason? Easy, I got no motive, man. You got no motive, huh? I think I have a I think I know. This was the last... this was that Diva's first trip to this country, right? Would I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is it the case that Mr. Lettuce had not been to our country before? According to our records, yes, not even once. I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Great, now I need to find a motive. I think we know though, Apollo. I might have a good guess. I'm full HP right now, so let's try it.
Objection!
The replica, man. Your Honor, take a look at this. What's that? Looks like a candy. It's not. Don't lick it. Please, don't lick it, man. Detective Crescent, ever seen this? Looks like a piece of candy. What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings. A cocoon, never seen one of that color. It is a variety only found in the Republic of Virginia. Nowhere else. Alright, what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with the motive for killing Mr. Lettuce, does it? It does, wait. I mean, I think it does. You don't sound so confident, man. A cocoon. Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make, well, silk out for? Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative. Curative? For what? Apparently, it is mostly efficacious at treating a disease thought incurable. This is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Virginia. Whatever for? If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world? Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet, if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact. What? There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market. It caused quite the commotion in the global community, though the media was kept largely unaware. Intriguing. All this has led us to a strict ban on the cocoon's export, one rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others. Interpol. Right. The victim, Romain Lettuce, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as manager, but that is misleading. Romain Lettuce wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent. So I was trying to smuggle this gumbo into the country? That's what you're trying to say? I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder. Oh, so I was going to sell it on the black market, making myself a pretty penny? Ridiculous. I mean, totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Unthinkable? Perhaps it's for time for another testimony about this smuggling of cocoons business. International Affairs Karak Memo. I think it should be this one, right? Yeah. Incurities. I think International Affairs Karak Memo about these cocoons in the post all hot and bothered about it. Can't sell them on the black market, too dangerous. Yeah, cocoons smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. I mean, in international affairs, I know the deal. Indeed, Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Lettuce's undercover. These kids think up the craziest things. But no way am I going to risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money. Not the most noble of statements, but all duly noted. According to the reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them to underground organization would be risky. Very well. You maybe get the cross-examination. This is the only motive I got. He was up to something, and I'm going to find out what. Let me try, he's gonna, try to save the, Yeah. Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How close are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my keister goodbye. Why sell to a black market buyer? How about someone like this? That article. That's about the Chief Justice's. A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. And not a cure for just any disease. A cure for incurities. Incurities? I heard of that somewhere. You went to visit a victim of the disease this morning. Aha! Why, that's the disease that Chief Justice's son has. You're saying our witness is a detective. He will have contact with the Chief Justice. Incurities? Inflammation of the incurable thing. Incur... You are saying the Chief Justice would never deal in the country. Hey, every Chief Justice, every fucking Chief Justice, man, they never been good, man. They never been good. That's what the itis suffix means. Inflammation. Oh, really? Oh. Oh, inflammation? Oh, okay. Okay. So it's inflammation for incurable. Bruh. Not ever even to save his own son's life? But even if the deal went through, why would it be an international scandal? That's Detective Crescent's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice. Detective Crescent, is this true? First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler? How many crimes are you trying to pin on me? Anyway, these distasteful as it is to think about if the Chief Justice were the buyer. Why, a seller couldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller. Don't let sleeveless over it here there to trick you. So I made a deal with the Chief Justice. Where's your proof? No proof, man. Well, oh yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Virginian Customs barely sleeps. They're so worried about the cocoons getting out. So we were informed. Okay. Let's continue with the cross-examination. Oh, is this new now? Virginia Customs is very thorough. Everything gets checked. Cocoon possession will get you arrested on the spot and then sentenced to death. Hey man, if there's a way to get cocoons out of there, I'm sure I'd like to know. Is there a way? I think this has to be it. Hey, a gift from Vladimir Roy sent from Virginia. Couldn't they smuggle it through the guitar, you know, in the hall? Right? Objection! Yeah. I mean, actually there is one way. Wow. One way to get something out of the country, no checks. What is it? You become a prosecutor. A prosecutor? Oh! I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office? Man, the clout, man. The clout. It pays to be a prosecutor. Special shipping, man. Did I get that right, Mr. Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched? Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuumed back in Virginia. The fact was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying that guitar was... With cocoons this small, it would have been very easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia. What? Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, that guitar had some work done on it recently, right? Work? Ka-cham. Good memory here, forehead. Jam jam, baby! Well, you know how guitars sound hall, man. A broken device of some sort. Well. Igniter! Exactly. Consider this if you will. What if the igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar? You mean... He means this, of course. Oh! There was a way to get the cocoon out of the country. They could use a picky prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do than there's someone with access? Like a member of the band! Yorg! Order! So the igniter was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution. A precaution. Her forehead. At last, it all comes together. A very strange thing that happened that day. Care to reveal, Maestro, the gentle sounds of Lamiroy's ballad, if you will? If you could, right? Or please? First my keys were stolen and harmless Miss de Menor, which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar. I see. But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler. What's that? Mr. Lettuce. Mr. Lettuce, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So Mr. Lettuce tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon were confiscated, then the kick would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot. It's over. Press the switch. No! The guitar burst into flames and the cocoon was lost. And then... Mr. Lettuce died, with Lamiroy there to witness it. That's your case. Brilliant, man. Detective Crescent, I gotta know you make all that up on the fly. For a made-up story, it makes a great deal of sense, Darian. The Republic of Virginia? Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there. True, you haven't. Let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How did I hide the cocoon in the first place, huh? It's not so hard to imagine. You had help, a Virginian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lamiro heard proves it. It's over. Press the switch. No! You made this transmission from backstage, while your co-conspirator was on stage. But who was it? This is it. The coup de grace. And for once I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say then. But be warned, with a great accusation comes great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly as it were and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice? Obviously it's Machi Tobaye, man. There's only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice. That person is the defendant, Machi Tobaye! But Mr. Justice, he's your client. The defense attorney accusing his client, that's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Lettuce. And I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime. Indeed, the defendant is Virginian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was in fact Lamiroy? It couldn't have been. Well, you seem sure of yourself. The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor. Electronic signals? Recall that this remote only works up to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that is useless. Yes, that's true. Now, getting back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lemire was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent. Well, looking at this, it seems that Lemire still could have done the deed. No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar serenade. Part of the stage was raised. Possibly Kevin and the Lemire standing were in the air. They were on tower which happens to be 15 feet tall. In other words, the remote control could have worked from Lemire's position in the air vent. Oh. Well, Detective Crescent, what do you say to that, Your Honor? Yes, Detective. Could we see the video where Kevin's guitar burns? Just one more time. Oh, well, I don't see why not. Oh no! What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this. Oh! How many times is this, man? God damn! I can see why this case, has a reputation. I can see why. Too bad, so sad, punk. Punk? First you wear sleeves, then kid, now punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo. What exactly were we supposed to see in this video? The fireman. The problem isn't in what we see, correct, Darian? Right, it's what you hear. You're a musician, after all. Can't explain for us non-musicians? Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the V pianist to set off that igniter. That right? Yes? In order to do that, he'd have to press the switch. Am I right? Okay. Well, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. Piano. I mean, we can just use this though. Mix import, Right? I might not hear, but let me just listen to the mix import and then I might hear it. What seems to be the problem there? The piano sounds just fine, and that's the problem, man. Oh. Yeah, how's he supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? You kinda missed Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free was the Diva. Lemire. But according to you, she could have been the accomplice, could she? Your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out. They couldn't even press the switch. But you could though. The switch was in the piano though, right? When you press the piano, ting ting ting. You know? It could have been easily. You didn't need to press the piano plays non-stop. You could have pressed that switch. Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. Well, it's okay. Well, we all make mistakes sometimes. Apollo, were you wrong? Can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... strange? What's strange? No, it's just... something's odd about the performance there. Odd? Mr. Justice, Machito Topaya didn't press that switch. Then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is. But everything points to it. Every fact that he says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. Here's some facts for you. Kevin's guitar is on fire, but the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story is full of holes. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Is defendant Machito Topaya the accomplice? Your answer will reflect on everything you have said here. Give some thought. Polo, if Mach is not the accomplice, then our whole case is ruined. I know that. It has to be him. He was the only one who could have helped this smuggler. Let me have a bathroom break first. Because the one who could have helped the smuggler, he had to have pressed that switch. Well, you better find a way to prove it. What do I do? What do I do? There has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd. Something odd. Wait a second. What? You thought of something? What was Kevin saying just now? Strange. It's not much to go on, but it's all I got. What exactly did he hear that was odd? You come up with that something, Miss Justice? May I remind you that everything rests on this cave, on this. Can you prove Machitopaya pressed that switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that Machitopaya pressed that switch? I can prove it. I don't know if you call this proof per se, but I can prove it was possible. Then, as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us evidence supporting this. Can I forget you're sure about this? Accept it. There's no evidence, man. Let's see evidence, Miss Justice. What do you base your claim that defendant pressed on that switch? Let me try this. The basis for my claim is music, Your Honor. Music? What about music? Let's listen to the piano part around the time when the switch was to be pressed. Right before the guitar burst into flame. Ah! My hear peanut being played? But doesn't it sound kind of simple? Simple? I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Machi could have played that part with one hand? One hand? He only needed one hand to press that switch. He could play the piano with the other. Huh, what? So some kind of piano 7? Actually no. Then what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait, I know. Hey, Chusi. Yeah, you got something? Mr. White, your father, he's a pianist. Could he? Oh, Daddy? He couldn't play a part like that even if he had 3 hands. So sorry, so sad for you. No, not really. Huh? That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way. Man, how are you going to prove whether he played it with 102? You can't! I admit it will be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly unlikely he was playing with one hand. How do you know that? The clue is what Prosecutor Kevin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No. No way. Well, it seems we have come to a moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with one hand. Right before the guitar burst into the flame. Machi was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire. His hair is very, very TOS. Yeah, man. Yeah, Darian, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Like, I don't know why would they put the white color on the tip of the hair, or like, like just why, man? Just goddamn why. Groovy Blade. There's number 2. Wait. It's number 2 for sure. Wait. The fuck? Do I just look like this? You can still hear the piano. Where's the... What's this? What the fuck? I fucked up. I don't know what to do now. It's usually pretty easy, but what? Percent? Where's 2%? I don't know if that's correct. I'm sure you have realized by now. Oh, please be right. Just what it was that sounded odd to you. As I'm sure you have realized it yourself, Mr. Forehead. Realize what? I demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to but a fleeting melody phrase. No. No. Man. How many times do we have to listen to the same thing, man? You tell me, man. You're right. Enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we? Another section. The guitar burst into a flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to all that night in your embrace. Yeah, it sounds... Oh, play verse 2 again. Don't play it again, man. Did you hear that? They feel the same, true, but they're clearly very different. What? Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You have to use 2 hands to play that for sure. Oh. What's that proof? I would think you'd know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the 2 verses had different arrangements. That happens all the time. Not this time, Darian. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. And that wasn't the point. I had him play specifically to show that the piano would stay in the background. Oh. That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself. Now ask yourself why Machi changed how he played. And there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch. Oh, no! Order! I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, quite. Though, personally, this comes as a terrible disappointment. What? No comeback? I can't believe it. I finally did it. I shut him up. Very well, barring an objection from the prosecution. I will now state the court's opinion on this matter. Good show, Sleeves. No, great show. It's not over? I don't like it when he looks so happy. You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed in you, hair forehead. Huh? Me? Yes, don't get me wrong. Your case is solid. The facts I will check out, but even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. Yeah, but the facts. Anyone can see it if it's him. Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it. But 1,000 facts might point towards the same conclusion. But without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rule under our current legal system. I don't believe it. It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present. Oh, I think if he did, we already would have seen it a long ways back. It's unfortunate, but at present this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation. What? The truth is staring us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals? Polo, remember what Daddy said. It won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. So what do? Like I said, good luck. Just gotta igniter, man. Wonder what he meant by everyman's igniter. Think he just meant a weak spot? No. The kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion. I won't be able to press him further by conventional means. I've got to find a weak spot in the sky. Something fatal. So, can I get back to work now or what? It may look like I got a lot of time on my hands, but I got no more time to play pretend with this deathbait attorney. Well, Mr. Justice, we come out this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go. Every man has igniter. Huh? Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Ah, yes, good guitars are kept dry is why. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning. What? Fighting time. Justice. If you blow this one, he'll be out of your hands for good. Could go for it, Apollo. What? And this igniter is supposed to come burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney. All the better. I'm rather fan of poetry. And I intend to hear this one through to the very end. Hair for head? You are accusing this man, Darien Crescent, of 2 crimes. The murder of Mr. Lettuce and the smuggling of a Progenian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case. This trial has already run on for far too long. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dot is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. Then let's have it. Show us the basis of what this accusation against Darien Crescent. Okay, this is really my last chance. The key that will take apart Darien Crescent's plan is... I don't think we have any evidence yet, Rob, right? Obviously, your igniter is in a piece of evidence. Huh? So what is it? The accomplish. It is true that I couldn't show decisive evidence. But perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else. You mean a witness? Proving his guilt is a tall order. But I've got just the person to do it. Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is this person who can prove Darien Crescent's guilt? The one person who can prove Darien Crescent's guilt is the defendant. Machito Baye! Your client again? Machito Baye was accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. That's right. Without him, Darien Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Cham Cham! Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who planned to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in this case. How so? It would require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Lettuce was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Virginia, we could burn a cocoon. The burned cocoon would leave a particular residue. A residue we would, no doubt, also find inside the burned out guitar. Aha, very scientific of you. Thus, Machito Baye acknowledges his agreement with Darien Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of the Virginian cocoon. The case is solved. Darien's laughing again. Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. Why not? The little kid tickler won't acknowledge anything, especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling. What's this all about? Take a cocoon out of the country instead. By Virginian law. Yeah, see? If our pianist really was a smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking. But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What? It's the other way around. If Machi doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble. Huh? How? Look, if Machi admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that news has already reached Virginia, and they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about the Virginian cocoon. Yeah, but... But if Machi doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Virginia police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here, not now. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it. But who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Machi Tsubaye. Oh. The cocoon smuggling your entire plan. Machi Tsubaye knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling. Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace, a hidden mansion, real nice. You want a house made out of cookies? Or no, a house made of pianos? Come on. Please! Don't tell! What the fuck? What the heck? Darian? The word was talk at the end? Okay, talk. Man was like, what the? Consider that my last session with you, we rocked. I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession. Uh-oh, he's laughing again. There's a kind of sick desperation in it now, though. Well, have you been listening to today's trial? Yes. And you'll talk? You tell this court everything? I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know. I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I knew from the beginning, I knew. Machi. Situation, I cannot explain, but money, I need it. Very much money. Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definitive in court of law is evidence. This is the golden rule, however. It has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard. Should another case of this sort of surface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Machi Tsubaye. Yes. I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Lettuce, this court is prepared to announce a verdict. I thank you. He took his sunglasses, or the glasses. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth. That's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant Machi Tsubaye not guilty. Finally, thank God. Court is adjourned. No more of that music, man. Or of that video. I wonder what will happen to Machi. Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia. Guess there will be another trial here. So now that the case is over, do you think the reputation I mentioned at the start is good or bad? It's fucking horrible, man. It is horrible. I guess there will be another trial here. Never again, man. Never again. Oh, I guess that'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well. Man. Jesus, that displayed like 10 times probably. Daddy? I owe you both my things. Let me roar. My, something wrong? I'm sorry. Machi was your partner on the stage, your friend. Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do. Yet, something got a hold of him. Something evil. I see that. And he must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be? I'm still sorry? Do not be sorry. You have given me a courage. Courage. I'm considering an eye operation. It was my suggestion, actually. Hey! You mean you'll be able to see again? In this case, Vitally are seen as one of the worst in the series, but I wanted you to go in and from your own impression before I told you that. Yeah, man. I can see why. I can see why, man. Oh, it is horrible. It like I get it, yeah, but did they just have, did they have to include so many freaking scenes of that music show or whatever? It's funny, I have always been afraid of the light. Light seems too so harsh, so unforgiving. According to the doctor, Lamira lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident. As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I have been running from. I was scared. You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth. Hey, this small child somehow stole a gun from an Interpol agent and fired twice without dislocating his arm. This is the basis for the prosecution's entire case. Yeah, literally, man. Child shot, man. Like, what did they expect? The light returns to my eyes? Like, come on. Come on. I think I will take up painting. Painting. That's right. She's the landscape painting's son after all. I will paint the two of you, I promise. Woohoo! I can't wait, Lamira. I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright, for what? But for what? A 45-inch caliber. You reminded me I need to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Secret mission. Right, your secret mission. Apollo Chusi, I hope that we will meet again someday soon. You bet, me too. And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on until it came to the end. Thanks to the trial, the guitar serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Kevin's even more dazzling to look at now. But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad, have to catch the killer at the end. The end! Hew, hew, hew! Turnabout Succession. Episode 4. Turnabout suck. Mansion system. Okay, what is this? Oh, AI's okay. Oh, monitor. It's a heart monitor. Oh. And it. Somebody shot. In order to understand it myself, I had to know the story of these last 7 long years. 7 long years? What kind of... Hey, that's the poker. Nothing happens by chance. All is connected. What the? Oh, this must be the Zack, right? Zack, and now you stand ready to begin the final chapter of the story. Final chapter? Like final chapter, or like just in the just a saying? It doesn't say final episode though. Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent? The decision is yours. Yes, this is the final case of this. Wait, there's only 4 cases? That's pretty short. What the? Is it usually 5? Huh, so this is the last one, huh? Hey Apollo, look on TV, look. Yeah, I'm kinda busy. Whoa, look at that. This is the last Gramarye. Yeah, Gramarye. This is what I talk about. Gramarye. This probably gonna involve them. Alright, amazing. Apollo, you should be watching this. Ow, what? I was writing about our last case in my journal. The lawyers are supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals. Why now? That case was 3 months ago. It's a long story. I did a lot, I want to vacuum pack the feel of the moment for later. Right now I'm wowing the crowd by figuring out how Lamira disappeared. That's right, Uncle Valen did that illusion too. But you're missing him on TV right now. I was just getting to the good part. Suppose I should watch a little TV with her. After all, her father's expecting me to look after her while she's away. What you're now seeing is a rehearsal for the greatest magic show on Earth. Happening right here at our very own Sunshine Coliseum. The Sunshine Coliseum. Hey, that's where the Cavernous concert was. Only 3 more days and the miracles happen here, right before your unbelieving eyes. The legendary trope Gramarye is performing for the first time in 7 years. That's going to be great. I'm so there. You and Daddy are coming too. The legendary Gramarye. If Juicy's real father were still alive, he'd be on the stage performing miracles. I've got the tickets and everything. Here, here's yours, Apollo. Squeak? Ah, you are here. Working hard or hardly working? Hey, how have you been? Hi there, stranger. Not exactly the kind of greeting I want to hear from my own kid. Though he has been gone on a long time. How goes it, Juicy? Here, I got a present for you. Yay, pudding! I love pudding. Oh, it's farm fresh. And not just one pudding, but 3 whole cups I'll have to pace myself. Well, I'm beat. That's right, Daddy. You're on a top secret mission. You got to take it easy with the secrets, you know. How right you are. So you still can't tell us what your mission is? Maybe this time it has something to do with you, anyway. Huh? With me? Oh, maybe you're getting a top secret mission too. Maybe you can be one of those guys. A spy. Can I just be a defense attorney? To be honest, telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today. What? Tell me. You heard of the jurist system, yes? The jurist system? That's right, the new legal system everyone's talking about. Have you heard of it, Apollo? Huh? Maybe? Maybe not as many people here are talking about it as I thought. The jurist system, huh? The system? Daddy, what's this jury system thing? Well, Juicy, do you know what a jury is? I heard of it. Isn't that those people who sit in court in those old courtroom dramas? The ones who get to decide if the guy's innocent or guilty? Do you know Apollo? Only from TV. It's 12 people chosen from the community, right? Well, they're thinking about reviving that system? No! Wait, what? Is that like the Great Irish Attorney thingy? They're calling the new system the jurist system. No more doing whatever you like, Your Honor. Not quite that harsh. The jurist cooperates with the judge to help analyze the case from different angles, and there will be only 6 of them under the current proposal, right? Wow, you know you stopped, Apollo. Their findings directly affects the verdict. Hopefully people will start taking the courts a little more seriously now. I feel like I'm on some kind of educational TV show. Starring Dr. Wright. Dr. Wright, his assistant Juicy. And Mascot Apollo, the perfect team. Mascot? Hey! So what is the secret mission? The Juice system is my mission, more or less. Anyway, keep in mind that new ideas like this system are always risky, Apollo. Too true. Everyone's got an opinion, and they just talk and nothing gets decided. Kind of like you, Apollo. I'm not that bad, am I? In any case, we are going to give it a shot. A test, if you will. I don't like tests. I'll take a case as a sample and choose 6 jurists. I'll be the one helping with that process, incidentally. Helping? How? Well, for one, I'll be chair of the Jurist System Simulated Court Committee. The chair constructs the ideal situation, choosing the case, the jurist candidates, the judge, and the courtroom. Wow, it's like you have a real job. I was never that good at the piano, to be honest. Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I guess. The trial is tomorrow, by the way. Don't miss it. The trial simulation, that is. A simulation, huh? Sounds interesting. So, what kind of case is the trial simulation about? Well, since it has the first run through of a new system, I wanted to something simple. Good thinking. No sense wearing yourself out something too serious. True, the case is a murder. It's not simple at all. By simple, did you mean that the defendant is guilty? Yes, most likely. So, good luck, Apollo. With what? With the trial tomorrow. You're defending, of course. Recall that I said it had something to do with you? Go for it, Apollo. just a test case. Anyway, no sweat. Yeah, but there's still a verdict to be decided. And a potentially serious sentence. The most serious in a worst case scenario. You mean the verdict's for real? It's not a test trial. That's a real trial. All the forms have been filed. There's no turning back now. The trial begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. Hope you can make a room in your schedule. Wait, why am I only hearing about this now? Ah, yes, there was a change this morning. I picked a new case. Eh? Something that happened last night. What the? Hey Apollo, I know you're all excited about that secret mission. But what about this? The Trove Gramarye Grand Magic Show? Huh? Oh right, the card tricks. They're not card tricks. They're grand illusions, miracles, the apocalypse. So fast, man. So what? That's the 3 whole days from now. So at Sunshine Coliseum, let's go today. You can say hi to Uncle Valen. Have fun. What? I can go by myself. No, I'm not very outgoing. Right. Why not go with her? But what about the secret mission? Oh, don't worry about that. You'll hear all about it tomorrow, regardless. I don't trust that smile. He knows something that he's not telling me. Yippee, now you can take me to the Coliseum. I suppose it wouldn't kill me to pop over there. Ah, Gramarye. That reminds me. What's this, Daddy? Isn't that silk hat the Gramarye seal? Consider it a birthday present, Trucy. Thanks, it's great. But today isn't my birthday. Good point. What day is it today, Apollo? Huh? Today? I think it's Recycle Your Plastic Day. Then it's a Recycle Your Plastic Presents. Yippee! So it's plastic. Giving up trying to understand them. It's much easier that way. So what is it? Can I open it, Daddy? No. Huh? You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Don't open it until then. Well, why didn't you just hold on to it until then? Because that would be the logical thing to do. Okay, interesting. An envelope about the Gramaryes, huh? Very interesting. Alright, so what case are you going to use? You really want to know, don't you? Of course I do. I mean, I'm going to be defending, aren't I? If all goes well, then yes, of course, this is just a test. We wanted everyone to start without preconceptions, a blank slate, as it were. It's a difference between having a blank slate and just being totally clueless. Whose dumb idea was that anyway? Well, mine. Committee chair, remember? Oh. Well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose, I could give you a permission to examine the scene of the crime. Good, that's better. But you can't talk to anyone involved with the case. What? Then how am I supposed to defend? You let me worry about the details there. Remember, I'm in charge of this trial, all of it. You don't want it to backfire, do you? Apollo. If I am in charge of the whole trial, that means the entire affair is my responsibility, for good or for bad. Just do what you can. And don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Alright. I recommend going down to the detention center. Your client's waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there. But you just said I couldn't talk to anyone involved. Oh, you can talk to your client. If you can get her to talk. Well, time's wasting. Her, huh? It's a her. That's 20 minutes we've been waiting here. 20 minutes? Maybe I should complain. I'm sure that guard has better things to do than stand there pretending he doesn't see us. You know, the minute we get angry, the clients will show. It always works that way. Like shouting, oh, wait there, and they're standing right behind you. Oh, guard! Is our client going to be much longer? What are you talking about? Haven't you already started the meeting yet? Huh? Where did you come from? Well, anyway, please have a seat. I'm nervous, Apollo. It's the silence that builds suspense. Why don't you do something, Trucy? You're a magician, aren't you? That's right, okay. Oh, not that one. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. She passed out. Miss Magic Underwear might have been a better bet. That's a magic panties, Apollo. Hi. Well, I'm your defense. I really think it has to be fate, you know. And by fate, I mean destiny. Did you know I'm good with astrology? Tell me, what's your sign? I can tell you mine if you'd like, Apollo. No, never mind. I just got carried away there. Seem destined to get difficult clients, it seems. Your name? So what's your name? Alright, I'm supposed to introduce myself first. I'm Apollo Justice. And I'm Josie Wright. I know, this is getting nowhere fast. Hey, no, maybe you can tell us what happened. I'm your defense attorney after all. Anything out of the ordinary happened lately? Well, the other day, this tourist from out of town stopped to ask me directions. Neither choosy. I feel like I need to ask directions myself here. But that was fruitless. Though I think I understand this prayer a little better now. You did good, Apollo. Look, she's doing her nails. What? Are nails more important than defense? Is that it? Let's go, choosy. Excuse me? Could you read this? Sure. I feel like a teenager on a first date. This is the love letter we passed from desk to desk at school. Stop looking so wistful and read it, Apollo. It's a business card with a name and address. The name is Vera Misham. The address is for Drew Studio. You didn't give me this card because she's 19. Well, looks like we are finished here. I wonder if Drew Studio is the scene of the crime. Let's go find out. Drew Studio. Wow, this looks like a studio. It's like a life imitating art, or maybe it's the other way around. But the tape on the ground there, it's a bit jarring. Yeah, looks like we found our crime scene. Apollo, look at all those paintings. Hey, don't touch those. It's okay, I'm just looking. Huh? Apollo? Look at this one. Looks half finished. You can still see the rough sketch underneath. But that's odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all. Yeah, good point. That is odd. All the paintings have a really different style, too. Oh, I thought I might find you two here. So many paintings, huh? To examine, to be honest. Well, it looks like a person thinking about something. Maybe they're worried, like what should I have for supper, or hot dog, or a hamburger. You know, I always wondered about that. Why is the supper and dinner at the... Are they different meals or is the same thing? Maybe that's what this person thinking about. I think I choose to undersea in vivid colors. Okay. Is that a pufferfish? Apollo, that's clearly a porcupine fish. They're not the same thing. You know what gets me? They got all these needles, right? What's protecting that soft spot on their lower belly? There, nothing. Must remember to keep Trucy away from small drowned fish. Only half finished. Okay. Emma? Long time no see. Oh, seems like I run into you far too often. I bet I'll know why you're here too. You know about the trial simulation tomorrow. Heard about it? Sure, so Mr. Wright chose you, huh? You don't even know what this case is about. When he was killed, the artist who owns this studio, that is. Mr. Drew Misham. Misham? And his daughter was put under arrest? Yeah, we just saw her at the detention center. It was funny though, she seemed more like a victim than the kind of person who could commit murder. You don't say. Not even by poisoning. That's how it was done, you know. Poisoning is a common way to get the job done when the murderer is a woman. Poisoning? Anyway, Mr. Wright told me you'd be coming. Feel free to take a look around. I'll just be over here with my snack queues. We can't talk to anyone related to the case this time around. Which means we better find out as much as we can here at the scene. Or else. Or else. The victim? This Drew Misham was some kind of artist. Apparently, did a lot of inspiration for books, I hear. Had a lot of female fans too for what it's worth. Oh, well, I guess his stuff is kind of pretty. I like that oil painting over there, for instance. Yeah. That was in one of his illustrations, actually. Uh-huh. So it was a standalone painting or something? Is that what she means? He was an art bird, Misham. Hadn't shown his face to anyone until the end. What do you mean? To anyone? He's always locked up here in the studio. Apparently, his only connection to the outside world was through leathers he put in that leather box there. Leathers? Do people still write leathers? What do you mean, Apollo? I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? Well, most people use email and stuff these days. Not Mr. Misham, current standard technology it seems. Did everything by mail? Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know. Leather box. In the case, the only person besides him allowed him in here. It's empty. Was his daughter? Vera. Oh, you mean the killer? The suspect, please. We took some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found in the room were Mr. Misham's and Vera's, basically. Basically. Actually, last night, Mr. Misham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. It happened during the interview, apparently his first interview ever. Could you tell us a bit more about what happened the night of the murder? This woman, Vera, she's Mr. Misham's daughter, right? Yep, a real sickly girl ever since she was little. Hardly ever went outside. She did kind of give off a withdrawn sort of aura. She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. It was quite a scene when they took her to the detention center. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside. That does sound like a scene. In the end, she agreed to leave if she was allowed her good luck charm for company. Her good luck charm. Apparently, she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. How can I ever get a normal client? Why would a shut-in daughter kill her own dad? Look at me. So about the poison, it was found to be in his coffee, right? No, not precisely. Not precisely, what does that mean? It means see for yourself, I think. The night of the crime. Like I said, last night was the first time someone from the outside came into the studio. These mysterious painters who never go outside make for good articles. And it just so happened that he died the night of his first interview. And at around 9 PM every night, Vera always made him a cup of coffee. Last night he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill. And died? She poisoned him on the night of his interview, wouldn't the reporters see? He wasn't near Mr. Misham when she brought her father his coffee. He was checking out some equipment in the back of the room. Supposedly that's why she didn't notice he was there. It was the reporter who called the police in fact. Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone is suspicious, it's the reporter. Yet the reporter never got near Mr. Misham's coffee. Even Vera acknowledged that. Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter. Let's see here. What do we have there? Hey, there's a painting hidden back here. Hey, you were right. What if it's embarrassing somehow and he didn't want anyone to see it? What is this? How it's so normal. That's hardly something to get mad about. Huh? What is it, Apollo? Well, doesn't this painting look like... Never mind. Huh? I better get a professional opinion on this. Huh? Ah, that's the victim's coffee mug. Aha, so the poison was in here. This is my first time seeing a real poison mug of coffee. Would hope so. Poison coffee. Not exactly, actually. What do you mean? No trace of poison were found in the coffee. What? You have to figure out the rest of yourself. I'm officially not on your side after all. Interesting. The scroll on the side is True Mention's signature. Something blue there. Hey, look there. The state doesn't look so healthy, Apollo. That must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about. Something telling me that even Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. No, this stain is probably... Better ask Emma. Better ask Emma? Bet Emma could help us out here. Don't forget, Brother will get you everywhere with her, Apollo. What are you two whispering about? Well, I was thinking. I mean, what is we always do when we run into you at the crime scene? What is it we always do? Scientifically. Ah, you know me too well. Okay. Okay, meaning we can get scientific in now? I suppose, just this once. Bring me anything you find suspicious and we'll check it out. Okay. Emma, about this mark. There's a pale blue residue on the rim. That! Yes, well, it's just a rumor. But I heard there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain. I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma. Right. Okay, you got me. That's leftover from my testing spray. Forensic science, I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. It's not a hobby. So what kind of scientific stuff were you up to? This spray, that's what it turns blue when it touches poison. So the poison that killed the victim was on this mug. That's right. See? It wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Wow, the science is amazing. It certainly is helpful. Maybe Emma would be willing to help us out a bit more. You should try bothering her up, Apollo. As if Flattery will get you everywhere. It's certainly worth talking to her a bit more. I'm about the poison analysis. I was afraid you were going to ask about that. See, this solution is used to test for... What? Atro, huh? Atroquinine. 9. Deadly poison found in the autopsy. Uh-oh, I know that spark in her eyes. She's getting excited. Best tread lightly. It's one of the most violent poison, but it's absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown that that's fine, really. You don't need to know all the gory details. Okay, you just spray this stuff on something you want to test, right? Precisely. You can find even the slightest trace of poison with this. I want to try it too, Emma. Pretty please. You don't have to ask twice. I already used it on everything suspicious, of course. Yeah, let's give it a whirl, Apollo. Oh, what are you doing? I was just seeing if I got a reaction of you. How is this for a reaction? Never do that again. I'm not poisonous. Tell that to those hapless witnesses, understand? Hapless? Hapless? Let's just get down to checking for real poisons, shall we? Am I supposed to? Nothing. Wait. You can see something there. What? Am I just blind? But I'm sure that's... right? Monka, that's look like blue like. Too bad I respect reaction there. Wait a second, what is it? Apollo? What? Did you spray that little snacks over there? I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far, you know. I'll check it out just to be sure. Interesting. Oh! Eek! A reaction, Apollo! Oh! Where? The inside of that cute little frame. Look. Well, would you look at that? Nice going, Juicy. I'm known to work magic. Never mind that. I was the one who found it. Frame measuring 2 inches by 2 inches bears traces of a deadly poison arrow. Anything to it? Looks like you have to take this back part up first to put a photo inside. I'd have to be a really small photo to fit in there. Sure, and that pale bluish stain. Why would there be a poison in a place like this? Well, there's one obvious reason. We put poison in the coffee, rub a bit on here too. That's not very obvious, Juicy. Why would the inside of that frame have poison on it? It looks like we found the only other place that was poisoned in any case. Can I tap here? Interesting. Let's take a closer look at this desk here. This envelope has been opened and resealed. Oh, I know how to do that. You take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelopes up to the steam. The glue melts and it opens. Cool, huh? Who did this? Wasn't so delicate. You're right, looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together. Huh? The postmark on this letter, is it from 7 years ago? Why would someone open a letter and seal it again? I better hang on to this. Red envelope. Interesting. Something about the way that figure is posed. Have you seen that pose before? It's you, Apollo. See, you're making one of your flamboyant gestures. Please, I'm professional. Wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence? This is True Mission, and this little girl must be. Well, yeah, they looked like some years ago. They look close and happy little family. No clues here? Am I missing something here? Is it a journal? Wow, talk about glue. Let's read it. What is it, Apollo? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? It's new, he didn't write a single line. Oh, you had me going for a while there. What about that's supposed in this tiny frame? Very strange indeed. Wait, I know. Maybe it was poisoned from the time he bought it. Haven't you heard about some kind of green paint being toxic? I don't think they sell that kind anymore, and the poison was actual green anyway. It's a mysterious poison frame. I present this to Emma, I wonder. Emma, about this. Oh, that. Yes, why is that bright red envelope? Sure is jumpy. Someone opened this, didn't they? My lips are sealed. What? What? Your lips are sealed. That's at first. You mean you know what's inside the envelope? Sure, I read it after all. Ah, you mean you were the one who ripped this open? Ha, please, I would have steamed it open. She did sneak a peek at it, apparently. Know that I have a powerful weapon on my side? Weapon? Yes, the use of tools, highly specialized tools for information gathering. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. You should try flattering her, Apollo. About that envelope we found, I was wondering if you could help us out with that tool you were mentioning. You want to know about my tool, do you? It's called an X-ray analyzer. X-ray, like the X-rays you get at the dentist? That's right, at least that's what I call it. Huh? It has a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization. Okay, Ziation. Something how am I supposed to remember all that? So basically, it lets you see inside things like envelopes. That's right, you're sharp, Trucy. But it's a bit more complicated than that in practice, of course. Actually, to tell the truth, I'm not really sure how it works scientifically. Can I try it out, Emma, please? Oh, I suppose. Of course, I already checked out everything suspicious myself. Alright, let's give it a go. Let's give it a spin, Apollo. Yeah, what are you doing? Oh, just seeing if I could see through your hair, but it's likely. Point that thing at me anymore, and it might all fall out. Then I would need an X-ray machine to see through it. Let's just get down to business, shall we? Right, let's test it on a sample first. Just so happens that I have a lottery ticket here. You set the sample in the device like so. I don't see anything. Patience, there's no need to get all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen. That's the layer view of the envelope. Layer view. We've got it set to display the outside of the envelopes now, see? Actually, it's quicker to just have you give it a try. Turn the dial there for me, would you? Interesting. That's right, that's how you choose what nerve you want to scan. Hey, I got something. See, that's how you can read the letters on the ticket inside. Cool, huh? Except, I can't read them. Just turn the dial a little more. What you have to understand is that a sheet of paper isn't really a flat at all. When you zoom in that much, you see the flat paper is like a bunch of hills and valleys. Wow, really? This X-ray device uses a beam with a wavelength of only 0.05 microns. It breaks cards down into thin layers, so it can only show what's written on that layer. I'm not entirely following you, but what's good is it if you can't read anything. That's why we go on to step 2. Try wrapping the image a bit, if you would. The image, you mean to wrap the screen? There. That fixes the image on the screen. Now, turn the dial again just a little. Good, now you can wrap this image to fix it too. Hey, I get it. Just keep doing this until we got the whole thing. Exactly, that bad. Neat, let's do some more. Huh? Steamy. Try again. Try again. Lottery. Oh, I got it. What do you want for me to do, huh? Hello? Very interesting. What am I missing here? You see it clearly. Hello? I don't quite get this. To be honest. What is that to you now? What the fuck? Okay, this is ridiculous. Very ridiculous. Bruh. Bro, I've been here for like 10 minutes? What the fuck? Damn it! I don't get it! What am I missing? This fucking stinks! You don't know? Man, like, I don't know. Charlotte! Yo. Yo. Like how the fuck? I just don't see anything. What the fuck? That is so weird, man. Okay, let's print this one out. Oh. Does this mean I have to buy another one or two win? Finally. It's Emma's ticket. Let her buy another one. It's okay, there's no need, but see, this is the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat, huh? Now let's try it out on the real thing, shall we? No. Okay. Okay, let's print this one out. 100,000? Mr. True Misham, I have deposited the 100,000 in the desired account. Please send a receipt once you have confirmed the something. Don't deposit 100,000 into Mr. Misham's account. His painting must be really valuable. There's another page in there. Can you take a look? You bet I do. If you're going to read someone's mail, you might as well read it. Here goes with second page then. Oh no. Oh no, you say? Now another corner. Oh, spirit. I got this, man. I got this. Believe in me. Once it's like that, we move on. Not here. It's hard to tell the difference when it changes. There we go. Oh, okay, let's print this one out. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope. Something the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. So it was letter about payment for one of his paintings. Why all of the secrecy though? And what? Why was this letter the only one in here? She's 7 years old, right? Maybe it had some special significance to him. Well, Emma? Well, indeed. She knows something she's not telling us. Looks like she's keeping mom about it. So Emma, I was wondering, what's the story about this reporter that came here for a story the night of the crime? I'm afraid I can't tell you because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear. I thought so. I'll never forget that face, but what was his name? Oh, right. Brushel. Brushel? Brushel, huh? He's after a scoop to sell to the papers. So a reporter comes for an interview with a painter. His first interview ever, and that night he's killed. Seems strange to you? Really strange. It does raise a few questions. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. Well, I hear he's on the beat today too. He said something about covering a magician. Magician. Well, if it's not Druzy, that leaves only one other person. It wasn't Valen Gramarye by any chance, was it? Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up right here. So he's out interviewing Valen Gramarye. Looks like I'll be heading out to that Coliseum again, sooner than I thought. Here, I'll give you the reporter's card if you want. Let me check that first. Spark Brushel. Spark Brushel. Freelance journalist. You gotta have a good business card if you work freelance freely. What's this? A camera lens finder? Do reporters take up photos too? I guess if he's freelance, he'd have to. Maybe you should try being a prosecutor and a defense attorney. You'd always win. I want to become a rock star too while I'm at it. Top dollar for information. Oh, he looks like that? Maybe. Sunshine Coliseum. Woohoo! This is it, Apollo. Just a while ago, it was the place where murder and nightmares converge. Let's go say hi to Uncle Valen. What about the case? Wahahahaha. Only a performer laughs like that. The young Miss Druzy. How often I hope we meet again only to tell myself it was an impossible dream. Hey, Uncle Valen. How's it going? Glad to see you too. Of course you are. Humility is definitely not one of his strongest traits. Well, Miss Druzy, how does the day find you? You come to give me flowers to eat after the show, I bet you. Actually, we came to wish you a good luck. And congratulations on your big magic show. Oh, but it is I who wish to congratulate you. Not everyone is so lucky as to witness miracles such as I shall perform. Yeah, you're amazing. We get the picture. The world will watch in wonderment as Magnifi's illusion are reborn. Here on stage by my hand. Oh yeah, should I? I wonder if he... So a journalist was here on a story. All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. Our pens seek to commit its mysteries to paper. His name was Brushel. Brussel. I think he remembers him. He doesn't look too happy about it. Brussel, that glowing smell of mint when he smiles, yes. Could you tell us some more about him? What did he want? Brussel. Big magic show? Everyone's talking about the big magic show. Is it true that the Gramarye miracle is back after a 7-year absence? Miss Druzy, I must apologize. This show and this honor should have been his. Daddy. My co-magician in training, Zach Gramarye. If that terrible thing hadn't... It's okay. Your father was a great magician, Druzy. If he were alive, then I, Valen Gramarye, would have been proud to stand upon the stage as his assistant. Thanks, Uncle Valen. You know, I'm happy that you are doing the show. I think we get to see the great Magnifi's illusion again. She really is looking forward to this, isn't she? My mentor, the magnificent Gramarye, was a true deity among magicians. A creator, a god who gave birth to magic and illusions that defied our very imaginations. I was so little when I last saw one, but I still remember his shows. He did what wheelies in a sports car through the air above the audience, and then sped off to outer space faster than the speed of sound. I'm guessing that memory was a bit embellished then. For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. As heir to the Gramarye trove of secrets, it falls to me to provide one. It is my God-given destiny. Yes, you nameless face who speaks for them nameless masses. How can I help you? The world was waiting. Why did you hold up for 7 long years? It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you have heard of the magic known as law, which governs our land. I have, though. I'm not sure I qualify as a magic. The performance of Magnifi's miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more. 7 years. That phrase sure likes to pop up, doesn't it? And why was that? A little matter called performance rights, Miss Druzy. Can you tell us about these performance rights? Magnifi's magic relied on an incredibly innovative idea, a trick if you will. A trick was considered his property, and as such was protected by property laws. Intellectual property maybe. Magnifi knew this and bequeathed it in his will. To one person. You mean him? Yes, Miss Druzy was your father. Zack Gramarye was the inheritor of the Gramarye miracle. Daddy. Yet, as you well know, he is gone. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago. I think I see where the story is going. Once a person is classified missing for a certain period of time, they are considered legally deceased, correct? In all absoluteness, those roll-up sleeves conceal your competence, well, young man. That certain period of time of which you speak is 7 years. Oh. Yes, Miss Druzy. Though it pains me to say it, this past spring, April to be precise, was this time. Your father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty mentor Magnifi passed to me. This was, in fact, stipulated in the will by Magnifi himself. Is that how it works, Apollo? Yeah, it's called death in absentia. He's declared missing permanently. Daddy. A man by that name called on me just now. Just now? Valen's vision is always towards tomorrow. Valen's feet step always toward it. That is all. That's all? Very confusing. I'm to perform a big magic show, yes. I wanted someone to cover it. Yet he had ears only for that incident. That incident? In any case, I requested that the Rapash's reporter remove himself. So Painter has died. What of it? Oh, Painter! It is but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic Gramarye. Uncle Varen, do you know where the reporter went? I recommend that he visit that place popular with the penalized perpetrators, the detention center. He was a rude individual. Might I see that car? Sure. He would tear apart my respectability. I will tear apart him. Oh, here it comes, Apollo. Uncle Valen's big magic trick. Is he going to fix the cart? Not sure if that qualifies as my big magic. What happened to the big magic? Is it not more miraculous for him to stay ripped? He must have really not liked that journalist. Wow. I wonder if I present the red ember. Gramarye envelope. I was wondering if you could tell me about this. Aha, why that press the Gramarye seal? Uncle Valen, is something wrong? Druzy, where did you get this? Huh? Daddy gave it to me. You're the daddy? You mean Zack? No, my other daddy. Think it's right. Why now? Why would you Lord Daddy? Valen? Saucy sauce? Lord Daddy, that's kind of stretching the whole arcade thing a bit. The signature upon the back, do you recognize it? That belongs to none other than Zack Gramarye. What? Daddy signed this? Might I be so bold as to open it? I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. What's in this envelope? I wonder. Now, the time has come when I must return to make my Okay, this guy, man. Wayland! Must return to make my prestidigitation preparation. Prestidigitation? Goodbye, you live, Miss Druzy. Thanks, Uncle Wayland. 3 days from now, make ready for a miracle. Maybe he's the one who killed Zack? What do you think that journalist was after? And why did Valan react like that to this envelope? I think it's time to pay the detention center another visit. Very, very saucy, saucy, sauce. We gotta go from here, right? And then... detention center. There we go. I think I hear what you're saying. We're all doing it for the money, end quote. No, not at all. Looks like someone has already meeting. Look, someone's already meeting here. Is that the reporter? What the heck? Hey there, how you doing? Who might you be? Ah, sorry. We didn't know someone was already here. I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Talk about a nervous monkey. You're Justice? You know me? Do I know you? Of course I know you. Stares down witness on the stand still they spill beans. Till they spill beans, end quote. That's not true. What's he writing? Are you a reporter by any chance? Whoa, you're Juicy. Eh? Am I famous? Oh yeah. Juicy right, hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties. And quote. That's not true. That's so not true. Oh god, not him. Yeah, this guy, man, is very weird. Just hold on to your breeches there. I wrapped up this interview in a jiffy. In the wheel? So, guard, I think I know what's going on here. Guarding rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote. No, how many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I've got work to do. You deal with him. Did you come here to interview the guard? Oh, what a pickle. Accused were in town. Had to interview someone or go plumber crazy. End quote. Huh? I should have guessed. Where's my manners? Name is Prushel, Sparks Prushel. I'm not picky. Journalist just close his eyes. Right? End quote. What's that nauseatingly strong mint smell every time he grins? Until you've been interviewed by me, you don't know what thrilling is. Wild run through crossroads of mayhem, madness, end quote. He's got a freaking toothbrush and I can see that. He's writing something again. Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something. So, Mr. Prushel, you are a journalist? Ah, me, look, let me state one thing for the record here. Yes, I'm the interviewer. You understand? Yeah. No? I'm the one asking the questions here, end quote. Okay. For instance, you think a movie director watches movies? Well, I think he probably does. Exactly, I knew you'd understand. Huh? So the night of the murder, you were at True Studio? Who, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record. Yes? I may look calm and collected, but I'm busy. Real busy, always on the road. Journalist always buys one-way tickets, never looks back. End quote. I can understand that philosophy, but you want to know the thing about one-way tickets? Once you use them, they're gone. All because you have to give them to the guy at the airport. True enough, but don't they give normal tickets away too? Exactly, see? It's the same thing. What is... So you went to do a story on Drew Misham. And he'd never had a story undone about him before. That's right, look, let me state one thing for the record here. What? I'm sure you're going to want to know about my source. What tipped me off to Drew? Why do the interview in the first place? Well, yes. Look, it's like... Oh, I've got it. Say there's this burger joint with fabulous ketchup. You think the burger guy's going to tell me where he got it? At the supermarket, maybe? Exactly, see? That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I may have actually understood that one. But there's nothing I can talk about, really. Walls have ears, eyes, and special glass walls with speakers, end quote. Right, guess we'll leave then. But since you are here, might as well tell you a tidbit of news I saw, just for the heck of it. Sure, tell us, just for the heck of it. Remember it like it was yesterday. I'd seen a movie on a trip and wandering into this burger place with amazing ketchup. When an article in a tabloid caught my eye. Famous oil painting stolen from an art dealer's gallery. End quote. I believe it was. An oil painting. Happens every day, right? But I thought I'd seen that painting somewhere before. A painting of a giant peach floating down a river. This one! Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach? Journalists can smell scoop better than burgers. End quote. Interesting. You mean this? Ah, right. Let me go on the record here. Yes. Oh, it's a can? Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Let's just go. Well, how'd it go? Find anything out? Actually, there was one thing I wanted to check with you. Well, what's with that scared face you're making? What's with that I know something but I'm not telling face you've got to go in, Emma? Okay, let me present the... This painting came from behind that dresser. Oh, yes, so? It was stolen, no? I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out. Why not? Do you think you could tell us a bit about this? Suppose? It's what you think. Zhu Mishang was a forger. A forger? What? So what exactly is a forger? Well, basically, it's someone who makes forgeries, fakes, in other words. Fakes. Copies of an original, exact copies so precise you can't tell them apart. Well, why not just photocopy them? The big problems with forgeries is that people try to sell them as the real article. It's a crime, of course. So Zhu Mishang was a criminal, I'm afraid so. He received more money to create elaborate forgeries to supplement his work in illustration, I guess. I see. Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place. What do you mean? You were trying to determine if the painting is a forgery. The rough sketch underneath can be valuable clue. The rough sketch is like practice for the real thing. Like doing a magic trick in front of a mirror before you get on stage. But not in the case of a forgery, not necessarily anyway. You know what the finished product is going to look like after all. Oh, yeah, I guess you could. That's why I brought this. I'm going to use it to see what's under the paint of the finished pieces. Okay, now. Not that I really needed it to go to such lengths, seeing as how one of the paintings was only half finished anyway. Still be neat to see Mr. Misham's rough sketches. Kind of like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking. Alright, let me have a bathroom break. True, that would be interesting, maybe valuable for our case. You should try bothering her up, Apollo. Probably will get okay. I presented the... I kind of wanted to see the rough sketch under this painting. And I was wondering if your tool there might do the trick. Oh, fine, just this time though. Let's check it out. Oh, here we go again, man. Here we go again. Man, I don't like this at all. Oh! Okay, let's print this one out. It's a poker. Hello? What? What the heck? Wow, he really blows. The finished painting isn't anything like it's rough. It was like mine didn't exist until recently. He probably thought he could throw any sort of thing he wanted to throw for 2 for the rough. What do you mean? That in the past you could analyze the composition of a rough sketch. Composition. In other words, the trace of a charcoal between paint and canvas. So you could tell if there had been rough sketches. A sketch. But what it looked like. Ah, I think I follow you. So in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath the finished painting. Some pros would actually paint out of a rough sketch entirely and do a completely new painting on the top of that. Mr. Michel was drawing whatever he wanted before painting over them. Possibly. Is there a problem with that? Not particularly, but something about the sketch itself is kind of odd. You're awfully silent, Apollo. Think we could check out one of the other paintings? Well, sure. You like this detection stuff, don't you? Not really? It's a house. It's a house. Okay, let's print this one out. Okay, it's all the cases, man. That's the carriage. This one too. What's wrong, Apollo? It's the case. the past cases. What's wrong, Apollo? You look so serious all of a sudden. You think I could just look at the okay. Yo, no shot, man. What the heck? What the heck, man? That's the El Dunes noodles. The card. Very, very interesting. How did he... This must be the band, the previous band. I mean, the previous case we did, third case. Right. Yeah. Yo. Yo. What? What the heck is all this? I hesitate to ask why you were getting so excited. You sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation? Choose a look at these 3 sketches. Do you notice anything? Yo, that's pretty sick. Oh, they're... Now you're both white as shit. What's going on? These sketches are of the 3 cases I worked on. What? The murder in the poker room at the Porsche Ball Club. The dead man pulling the noodle stand. And then... the events that transpired during the Cavineers concert. What could it mean? How could he have painted those things and why? That's what I want to know. Wait, is Drew Misham your father? Give me a break. Does that seem even remotely possible to you? I'd never even heard of any Drew Misham before. I hadn't even seen a picture of him. But they were my cases drawn on his canvas. Every single one of them. Couldn't have been a coincidence. Just who was this Drew Misham? And what did he have to do with me? To be continued. Good morning. So, you're Vera, right? I'm Trucy, right? That's right with a W and but not a right? We are on your side. You can tell us anything, please? Good morning. She speaks. Not bad. But I think you do better with a little smile, you know. You're so pretty. You need to sell yourself, you know. Trucy, let's take it easy for starters. Thank you for taking my case. Okay, well that's a start, I guess. There she goes with the nail polish again. It's great, really. It's so cultured. Want to try? Ooh, really? Girls. The victim, Drew Misham, was a forger, and a stolen painting was found in his studio. A life of a crime, really, and maybe one that led to his death. Well, we will now begin the trial of Vera Misham. Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy, and he's looking around all nervous like, The repercussion of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time, and may indeed after our legal system is forever. Today is a test of the jurist system, and the first step toward a new order in our courts. That is secret mission. The jurist will function like a jury. It is hoped the illusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any jurists in the courtroom? The closed-circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. The jurists have access to everything that transpires. Jurist, Judge Well and Judge Cool. Now see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was gonna say that. My apologies, Herr Judge. Jurist today, Judge today's trial. Judge today's trial coolly, if you would be so kind. The jurists are unbound by the letter of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. We are about to find out just what effect they're going to have. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. The details of the case, if you would. The victim is the painter Drew Misham. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned by whom you ask, but none other than the defendant, Vera Misham. There wasn't any poison in the coffee. A tongue? Someone has been doing their homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself. The mug residue was found on the rim, I see. The autopsy report describes the manner of the victim's death. The court accepts this as evidence. Death by atrochromine poisoning, estimated time of death 9 to 9:30 p.m. Okay, 9 to 9:30 p.m. In this report, the victim's death was caused by atrochromine poisoning. chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 milligrams. A touch of atroquinine in the body is the touch of the Reaper's sight. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. You may present your witness. I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. A man who witnessed the murder in its entirety. That journalist, no doubt. The witness will state his name and occupation. Right. Well, for starters, my name is Spark Prushel. My job is a lone observer of the world. In other words, a freelance journalist, right? Ahem, if you don't mind, I'd like to state something here for the record. Yes, Mr. Prushel. I dislike conclusions, specifically the jumping into aspect of conclusions. Preconceptions make part sandbox of endless desert waste. End quote. But you are a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday. Well, that's true, yes. But you must understand I stand before you today a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Scoops turns Mr. Prussell into that my Mr. Prussell. End quote. Let's hear your testimony then, shall we? Simple case, eh, Gavin? For me, the jury is still out. I visited the studio around 9 that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the atelier, journalistic history made, end quote. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened next. Star falls, end quote. Nobody else entered the room besides her the whole time. That does sound like a simple case, unless you were the one who poisoned him. What are you saying, Judge? Ahem. Need I remind you the cameras are rolling today? I felt the need to be a bit dramatic. You didn't do it, did you? Me? Do a thing like that? Come on, that's like newsmaker making the news, end quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt, end quote. I know, wild accusations rock courtroom, end quote. Rock indeed. Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun. I'm so happy for him. Very well, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please. Alright. I'm pretty sure I think I know what to press on. Where was it? What do you mean? What's this about the star falling? Star falls, huh? It's like an old telegram. Send money over. Zavi, you don't know? That's like a journalist code word. An important personage passage away as star falls, get it? But there's no gravity in space, is there? I wouldn't think stars could fall, really. Does this matter? Oh boy, this is good stuff, good stuff. How about star breaks? Nah, lacks punch. I know. Star dies? Nah, lacks imagination. Of course you could go with true dies, straight to the point, I like it. Then we need to hear about something like a little more substantial. The moment of death, Precious coffee, the star's coffee. Star's coffee? So Mr. Michelle had the coffee too? But did you actually see him drink the coffee? Of course! He who sees it wins, but he who says it wins bigger. End quote. I live in a man sees dog eat dog and writes about it word yet. Yet? I guess I can't say I saw him drink it really. He had one so-called sip if that. Man puts lips to mock drinks, end quote. That poison is quite virulent, I hear. My stomach did a so-called somersault since I gulped down that coffee without so much as a second glance at it. Wait, maybe something's there, some kind of so-called trick. Anyone want to venture a guess for the record? Does this guy have a pause button? Well, Mr. Justice, did you find that testimony valuable? Very important! The victim drank his coffee then immediately it fell over. Oh yes, you can go to press with that one. Now because the poison is a slow one, remember? I don't remember, where is it again? Slow acting, yeah. Your Honor, this is a vital piece of information. Please add it to the testimony. Very well, the witness will add this to his testimony. Vital, right. He lied there, man. That's right, baby. You liar son of a bitch. You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used, atroquinine. Oh, Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. A little dosage of 0.002 milligrams paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drank that, even you, Mr. Justice, would be reduced to a quivering pile. Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information. An omission? Atrokunine is as violent as he says, but death doesn't come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because Atrokunine is a slow acting. Slow acting? What? According to one Brazilian scientist. Yeah, 50 minutes, man. If you suppose that the moment Mr. Misham sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, then he would still have had time left to enjoy his last cup of joe. Order, what's the meaning of this? If what the defense says is correct, why, that contradicts the entire testimony we have just heard. Well, Mr. Prussell, anything to say on the record? Slow acting, slow... It was violent, alright. Instead, it had already begun digging its claws into the journalist. He's working on his scoop.
Objection!
It's Prussell, yeah? Herr Prussell? Let's take a trip back down memory lane. Huh? Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over. This is vital. You know what I think? I think that was a not so subliminal suggestion, end quote. I admit it does cause a problem if he died when you say he died. I would be forced to say I'll further share him to my simple case, and you would be forced to say farewell to your article. Come again? You can't write a story based on a conjecture, can you? And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent, and you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye. Scoop? Scoop? He's brushing his... Look, just wait a second, just 1 second. We're waiting, out with it. They just really call a so-called important detail, a revival of recollection, end quote. A story's survival, end quote. Attorney utterly confused, end quote. Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I heard a poison that takes its sweet time, see? But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently. Mr. Pashto, are you saying you noticed something that explains what happened? You bet I am. The antidote for a poisonous contradiction, end quote, you might say. Or I still have no idea what you were talking about, end quote, I might say. Figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee. Oh, really now? Order! As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony. That Mr. Misham died the instant after he drank. Of course, I'm standing by my testimony, and my dream of exclusive rights to the story. I suppose it was too much to hope for. What was? Of course he wouldn't choose a simple case, not him. Him. Phoenix Wright, who else? A tongue, Herr Prussell. Report for us if you would. What is it that you noticed? This court is a critical trial of the jury system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed. Okay. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note? My suicide note. Yes, he had this look on his face. Man's face inscrutable as a quadratic equation, end quote. Suicide, poor Mr. Misham. But that means Vera's innocent. Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview? Oh, very well, you may begin your cross-examination. Oops. Okay. Sealed the envelope, huh? So he put the letter away when he saw you. Early reporter gets warm, end quote. That's my secret. Not sure I follow. It's the night of the interview. I arrive 15 minutes ahead of schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in. Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that unlawful entry really? Mr. Misham sure seems to think so. You sure have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow envelope. Yellow, he says, as fast as he could. I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one. It does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice, I wonder, it does have the ring of something important. Add to the testimony. Defense finds this testimony vital, Your Honor. Very well, please add it to the testimony then. Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge. You son of a... It was a red envelope, baby! It just so happens there was a single letter in the desk of drawer at the scene. In a red envelope! What? Prosecutor McGavin. Yes? Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no. But her forehead. It's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. I guess. But not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already 7 years ago. Well, Mr. Brussel, I can explain that. Drew, right? He wanted to get that letter in an envelope. Pronto. Get it out of sight of my beady eyes, right? He grabbed the nearest envelope and grabbed away. And what about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction jump? Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim? That night the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. It's impossible. It's impossible. I like your expression. So full of confidence. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with the assistance of a forensic scientist. What? No, that this letter is addressed to Drew Misham. Oh! Why would he address the letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself. I've been scooped! Order, order, order! Mr. Brussel, can you explain this to the court? Oh my, how could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets a lot, end quote. I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Brussel. Well, that's the thing, you see, after he put his letter in that envelope. Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer. Yes, a stamp, and so-called postage stamp, end quote. Stamp? What are they for? Well, to mail his letter, what else? And then, why yes, I think I saw him put it in his letter box. Yes, it was yellow, and it was a yellow envelope, and he put it in that box. Well, apparently, oh, how I wish it did. Just think of it. That was a suicide note, but a story. Star writes suicide notes in front of reporter follows end quote. As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. That said, yes, Your Honor. It makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope. $500,000 is quite a good deal of money. But this was from 7 years ago, yeah. So, am I finished here? Am I finished here? I was thinking of, going home to start writing. I hate to state what you should be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the scent of a story, you make that a rather unique face. Oh, come on. Attorney has active imagination, little else. End quote. Even I noticed something in my eyes than what they used to be. I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about. Judge has active imagination. End quote. Please continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of our story. Hey, I'm the one asking the question here, usually. Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter leverages story gets his interview end quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. So you threatened to go to press with this story. That's how you got your interview, blackmail? Well, yes. No. It was actually black. I'm not, something wrong, Mr. Brussel? Look. This is my story, my tidbit. Journalist info is livelihood. End quote. I see. While you have me chatting away in here, what's going on out there? There's some Wally Wordsworth. Wally Wordsworth? Or Sally Cooper gets wind of my story? They could be going to press while I'm going to waste. The court feels your pain, Mr. Brasso. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace. A certain case 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago. The cinema story. Oh, my brace is active now, huh? Okay, let's see here. Anything different about him? He does this. It's 2 times he does that. Now let's see. Let's see, man. Say what you will. Anything to see here? Oh! Hey, I saw something! I'm pretty sure I saw something there. This is the most infamous priest in the game. Is it? I think I saw something there. Right? The stain. Yeah! Literally! Nice job spotting it that fast. Literally! It's right. What the heck? What the fuck? What the... Sweat much, Mr. Brasso? Yeah, well... A man can help his clan, you know. It's more than that when Mr. Misham's talent was mentioned. You suddenly began to sweat buckets. Oh! You're hiding something about his talent. What? That's ridiculous. Evidence time. Evidence time, baby. Let's show where Mr. Misham's true talent lay. Just so happens I have evidence showing the talent mentioned in that letter. He's a forger. Which was the forger one again? Which one is the forger? Is this? This painting was found in Mr. Misham's studio. There are 2 problems with this painting. The first is it wasn't painted by Mr. Misham. The second is that there was another painting in the studio, which looked exactly like this one, except it was only half done. Then we have a letter discussing a payment of 100,000, which suggests a certain business cooperation. The business of making up forgeries. Oh, that's right. That's right. That is all, Your Honor. Everyone, please, everyone. Can we keep this private, please? This is my story, my scoop. Forgery, that's a serious crime. Drew Misham is known as an artist these days, but there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back. Another art meaning forgery. Drew Misham was talented alright, talented at making precise, detailed fakes. The fact that certain criminal elements were good to discover. Criminal elements? What? You can't seriously be talking about. Exactly. I'm talking about forging evidence. The rumors started circulating 7 years ago. Forging evidence 7 years ago! Oh, 7 years ago. So are we to understand that this letter, this payment of 100,000 was for... Exactly. Forged evidence nets TID profit, end quote. Well, shit. Order! Why, it's like our victim was living a double life. Aha, this is my chance. So the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? You have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about. This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. We suddenly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation. But how do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here. But there's no proof tying this letter to our case. Our case was and remains simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mug that night. And you, of course. Hey, the only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing reviews. Mr. Brasso, your testimony to this point has been quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen. What are you talking about? My journalism is rock solid. Journalism so solid you could stand at the elephant on it. End quote. In any case, Let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. If you can ascertain the situation in that studio from the recap, the trial is over. Apollo, what's he talking about? The cross-examination is showed Mr. Prosser didn't have a reason or means to poison him. As long as there's no other real suspects, then the killer had to be Vera. That's what. That's not good. This next testimony is our last chance. Mr. Prosser, your testimony, please. Okay. The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She admitted as much herself. Yes, she did. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mark. Nothing left the studio after he died. Nothing. Nothing? Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. Nothing left the studio. I might as well press that. A nice testimony, clear, succinct, and without room for doubt. Oh, shucks. You really think so? I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your final cross-examination. Right. I still have one trump card left to play, and I won't let this trial end until I use it. Nothing you say. I'm pretty sure at some point he said the letterbox was, but it's empty though. So it's clearly something went missing. Not one thing, you're sure? Yep, sure as sure can be. Well, with one exception. One exception, what? Journalist Spark Brussels interview leaves studio in code. Himself? Come on. It's a joke, get it? Not funny? I know, but still. Something left the studio that night. Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard something like that before? Now that we've proven our witness is a comedian of sorts, I'd like to turn to our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio that night? Just one thing. I think one thing might be very well have left the studio that night, actually. A certain something that has vanished from this crime scene. By which you mean something other than our witness? Of course. Don't tell me. Vera Misham? Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional. Then let's see what you have got for us, Mr. Justice. Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. I do have evidence that shows how it could have been taken from the scene. Hopefully this is the one. This is the only link between that studio and the outside world. A letterbox? What did Mr. Precious just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter. Yeah, I said that, and yeah, it was true. Furthermore, you went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox. But that very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night the yellow envelope disappeared. Yes, intriguing. So an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing. Huh? He has a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out is how the person got into Mr. Misham. Is it really important that this envelope the witness says he saw disappeared? But if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. That seems very important to me. Very well then, the witness will add this to his testimony. You got it. I still think this fails to change anything her forehead. I wouldn't be so sure. A letter disappeared from the crime scene that night. This is exactly the opening I've been looking for. I was putting the post for the studio, but I hardly think that matters. So... You sure about that? We have to be really precise. I was busy coupling mint candies the whole time. One of those candies might have been poisoned. Yet, at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of mint filled the room. And no mint residue was found. It was a long shot anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think victim will ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than the coffee? Well, Mr. Justice, do you have some proof? The Possibilities there, I can feel it, just maybe not, prove it not yet. And possibility isn't going to cut it, not now. Mr. Misham ingested that poison via a route other than coffee. Oh yeah, we do have other proof. Proof is possible, here goes nothing. There was 2 poisons we found, you know, on that frame, on that picture, whatever that is, the small one. You do understand what we need, yeah? Proof, hair forehead, not possibilities. Of course, and Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof. What did you say? I have proof of the disappearing envelope. I saw him writing a letter, I did. Which was picked up by the mailman, I assume? Of course, which means that envelope had stamp on it. The stamp on it? A stamp? Ah. As we all know, stamps come with a dried glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it by licking the stamp.
Objection!
No one worth talking to actually lick stamps in this day and age.
Objection!
Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead after all.
Objection!
Okay, so he licked the stamp. But wait, how does that explain the Achikuin on the rim of the coffee mug?
Objection!
If he licked the back of a poison stamp, the poison would get on his tongue, yes? What would then happen if he put the coffee mug to his mouth, Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing. It was the other way around. What? The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Misham. Mr. Misham poisoned the coffee mug himself. Order! But that doesn't... Does it? Recall, if you would. Atroconine is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison enters his body when he put the stamp on that envelope. His time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips to that cup of joe. You have something to add, Mr. Prussell? Uh-oh, his nose is picking up another scent. As I believe I mentioned earlier. But you know, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one. Maybe he just ran out. Instantly, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps, not a single one. That does pose a problem. How will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison? Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. It makes proving the stamp he used was poison impossible. Good show, good show. You can't even prove there was a stamp at the scene in the first place. Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. Where's your evidence that proves the existence of this poison stamp? I mean... Well, that's only a cute little frame. A boy little, I mean really little. It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. I noticed that too during my inspection, so what? Apparently you weren't as observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important. Missing something? Yes, a pale blue stain on the inside of the frame. Achikunan residue. What? Why wasn't I told about this? The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most. You aren't saying... Oh, but I am. Tell me what fits in such a small frame. A commemorative stamp, perhaps? Order! The poison stamp was in this frame? Impossible. Prosecutor Gavin? Why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he had it there so he could commit suicide if the mood struck. You know, can I say something? I had thought, see... What, Mr. Prussell? And please stop jittering around like that. The victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. Forger forges friends, makes enemies too, and quote. So the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon, I meant him.
Objection!
Oh, rich. That's rich. Leave the ridiculous flights of fancy to Gaviner's song lyrics, please. Finally, something we agree on. The stamp was a murder weapon? Nonsense. Murder is a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one. Oh, I disagree. Come again? Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. Drew Misham hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail. The mail. Now, if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't meet but you knew red letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon. Ridiculous. Where is your proof? I want proof. Show us evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. I might not have evidence per se, but things are finally starting to come together. What is it, Apollo? Your fists are trembling. I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Misham was killed. Don't fill us in, Mr. Justice. A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Misham the stamp of death. Isn't this the envelope? The one from the 7 years ago? Think about the text of the letter again. There were 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. And this is page 2. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor. Oh. In other words, if I have this straight, the stamp, poison, on the stamp, lick gaps, then go. Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked? He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it in his letter box. 15 minutes wouldn't have elapsed between them after fixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath, and the murder weapon would be taken away from the scene. Quite conveniently thanks to the postal system. Such a splendid imagination you have, Her Forehead. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So, do actually people lick stamps? I don't think so. I don't know why would people, lick stamp. That's, for sure. like envelope. I get the, if they lick envelope, yeah, sure, but why stamp is a good question. So this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago, yeah. Is that what you have us believe, really? Well, it is a little bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility. Yes, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder. Poison stamp in this envelope. A stamp then became that murder weapon. The murder weapon. How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence? Well, it was 7 years ago, and we don't even know who sent that letter. Your answer is silence. I see very well. I've moved to. It's not nice to pick on the Fraulein Clavier. What? Huh? What was that? What was that? Oh, Emma? I saw Gavin there. The defended Gavin. Well, like my Christoph Gavin. Oh, like my Christoph Gavin impression? Did I sound like him? Don't quit your day job. Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after, Fraulein Detective? Can't you, man. She got me. Someone had to come dig you all out of the mess you were making of this case. Mess? You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted in science a little more.
Got me!
Got me. She got me. You can find out if that stamp was in that envelope easy. Care to explain yourself, Fraulein Detective? Glare at me all you want, but science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right? That's right. The poison detection spray. Produce the red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court. Okay. Oh, well. I click on it. Well, would you look at that? No mistaking it. That's atrocynine residue. I don't believe it. A murder weapon from the past? Now 7 years later, it pairs its fangs at last?
Objection!
Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Why didn't this murder take place 7 years ago? Well, there's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Misham figured it out. Figured what out? He realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead? So he sent his reply with a different stamp and put his decisive evidence in a frame? What? You're still here? Can I make a statement here on the record? I, Spark Racer Tooth Processor, claim this scoop as mine. Drew Misham killed in cold blood by sender of the 7-year-old letter, end quote. No, maybe something more succinct. Star falls after 7 years delay, end quote. Order. There's no room for further argument here, though I admit this is all coming as quite a shock. Think that the murder weaponry had reached his mouth after 7 years. Stamp his ticket straight to afterlife, end quote. Uh-oh, I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge. I see no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant. Apollo? I think we just won. Very well, this court finds defendant.
Objection!
What? Is this the bright future of our legal system? Prosecutor? Gavin? A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago. Tickets for Gaviner's shows are invalid after 2 weeks. But it doesn't make sense any other way. It boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in her forehead's claim. A contradiction? A poison stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago, whereupon it was framed until now? If that's the case, then why would Drew Misham have done what he did? Emma explained that. He must have realized it was poison. Therein lies the rub. 7 years ago, the forger Drew Misham sends a trap and put the stamp in the frame. I'm not debate this. But this begs the question. Why 7 years later did he use that stamp on the night of the murder? Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Misham simply forgot. True, he put the murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years and forgot? You expect us to believe he sprang the trap on himself? Very true. He has a big point. While I admit this is all quite shocking myself, it does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap that had been sitting on his desk for 7 years. Apollo? I don't think we're winning anymore. I'm glad to see we're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for you.
Objection!
Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope? The poison stamp? Where exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to court for us? I see no proof that such a thing ever existed. What about the atriconine residue, huh? Oh, I agree. That does seem to be atriconine residue. But her forehead. It's certainly no stamp. Yeah, but even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Drew Misham never would have used it. That is all. I believe we have come to a conclusion again. Apollo, very wrong the whole time. I can't believe it. The poison traces match up. It can't be coincidence. I'd like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year. Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor? Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Misham received a red envelope. There were traces of the poison atriconine on the document inside that envelope. A similar trace was also found at this crime scene. On this tiny picture frame, the defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope. An envelope that left the scene of the crime with the poison stamp on it. Yes, but even if this envelope contained a poison stamp, and Drew Misham knowing this, put it in a frame, he never would have used that stamp. I'm afraid you are right, which means there is a fatal flaw in the defense's case. I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time, I'm sure of it. Traces of that atriconine, the envelope, the frame, and Drew Misham's mysterious death, they're all connected somehow. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us? The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We have seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be fake. Fake clue. Fascinating. And if we find this fake, your white fantasies will prove quite reasonable, yeah? The fake clue that's thrown us off the poison trail is none other than... Let's go. Sham. Oh, nice, correct. The victim was a fake clue. I'm afraid I don't understand. Hopefully, I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mark linked by a poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself.
Objection!
Congratulations, you have completely lost me. But the fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger. It makes a good story, I'll give you that. The fake glue, fakes, forgeries. Ah, I know that face, that's the... I just had an idea face. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake? Come again? 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into that very same trap and dies. Why? That's what I want to know. Because the forger who was killed was a fake. Huh? What? Here we are again. The victim was a fake? One forger smelled the trap, one forger fell into the trap. That's 2 forgers and one of them was fake. Oh, and the... Okay. So you're telling us that True-Misham was the victim was a fake? But if he was the fake, who was the real forger? You better not be claiming there was some kind of switcheroo. I'm afraid you're going to have to back up your story. Justice show us just who the real True-Misham was. True-Misham wasn't the real forger. There's only one other person it could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger True-Misham was himself a forgery. The real forger was... if I think it logically... There's only the daughter, right? She's the only painter. There can only be one explanation, really. The real identity of the fortune known as True-Misham is none other than his only daughter, Vera Misham. What the fuck? Order! Mr. Justice, this is going out on a limb even for you. I can agree, I mean, Vera, a forger? Let's consider it before you fight it up entirely. If you look at the painting in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery had been taking place in that studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger. Well, actually, that does make a certain kind of sense. One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger studio. True-Misham's and Vera Misham's. We know that True-Misham wasn't the forger, but leaves only one possibility by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Misham. Well... Fascinating. Fascinating. Vera Misham. You have been paying attention to the trial so far. Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger, True-Misham? Was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? She's staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face. I'm used to being stared at by Frolanes, believe me. Though they usually talk to me too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art? Yes. So the forger True-Misham was you? Yes, it was me. Shit, mates? What? What? The court was in the uproar and it wasn't coming down. You had to break for a 10-minute recess. To be continued. Okay, so where actually does this leave us, Apollo? We are the True-Misham who was killed, Wasn't True Misham the forger basically? Huh? Well then who was he? Well, he was actually doing her nails. So, you really made those forgeries. Yes, for father. I know it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent. Talent for making forgeries. How should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I could make anything. Anything? Father was so proud, and I so happy. But in the end, I was making those forgeries. I never had a good constitution nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now because of me, father is... Do you know about it, this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. So you were already creating your works back then. I started when I was only 12 years old. So the ones who figured out the stuff was poisoned, that was... Mr. Justice, it's time. To the courtroom, please. Right, out of time. Wait, Vera, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those as part of my work. Right, see, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. I see. Mr. Justice. Yes? Father, he knew of you. Of both of you. Your late father? He was watching, gathering information. All about the right and co-law of law offices? But lately we're not doing just law. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse and play piano. Well, they're not really gags. Yet when father heard you had resumed the legal business, how pleased he was. Who was Mr. Misham? Am I supposed to know Mr. Misham from previous games or something? I don't... How am I supposed to know? Do I even know him? What if he was daddy's daddy? Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. No, he's new? Okay, he's new. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. We know that the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out. Court's not back in session. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this True Misham forger persona? Persona! That's there again. She's drilling more holes into his head. I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. That's hard. Very well, miss, if you would you really make those detestable forgeries? Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Are you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one? Ah, yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it. So, she was the one who made the forgeries. Yet she did not wish to reveal the truth of their cooperation. So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her. I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I? Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. You have seen this before, yeah? Yes. It was in the desk drawer. Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope. I created things and father sold them. This envelope came after my first work that was other than a painting. Father had known the deal of all of it. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. Current studio? There certainly wasn't much of a great interest in your testimony. Not that the witness realizes. Very well, please begin the cross-examination. Right, okay. I need more information about this forger. This Drew Misham. So these things you were making, you mean paintings identical to other paintings, right? The closer they were, the happier father was. I was happy too. Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work? My first painting sold when I was 12. Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing when it was illegal. Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery. True. Please, tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father. Alright. But other than a painting, you mean you only done a paintings up to that point? Yes. But father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings. For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup, or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter. None of this makes her sound very innocent at all, and the 100,000 promised in this letter was the start, the beginning of a new industry for Drew Misham. New industry. The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. Uh-oh. So you didn't know how the things you were making were being used. I enjoy painting very much. I think I understand. The Fraulein has lived in an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope? Father signed them and sent them back, I believe. Did he follow the instructions? Sending the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp? This is a rather important matter. Give your answer some thought. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. What do you mean you received it? Did I do something wrong? You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back at Shokunai. A moment, her forehead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps you would tell me, Fraulein Vera, why did you receive this stamp? Something wrong? It was beautiful. You mean it was one of those commemorative stamps? Yes, I think it was. So, you didn't know about the poison. I guess not. So the trap fell by chance, by mistake, thanks to this commemorative stamp. Quite the close call. You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is? Yes, we saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books. This single chap had tied them to a criminal underworld. I think Mr. Misham wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large. When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work. So that was the real sense of the artist, Drew Misham. We did the work and he supplied the face. So, you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in? Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp, could you tell us more about it? It was very pretty, and more than that, yes? It was a picture of people I liked at the time. This is something new. Apparently, we have got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. You would be so kind as to continue testimony, Fraulein. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magician, so I kept it. The magicians? I love mysterious things. I always have. Even though she fainted when she saw Mr. Hat. The confusing, mysterious, bit freaky. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. See? Isn't magic great? Fine, great, yeah, sure, no need to get all excited. But the magic trope we saw disbanded soon after. Oh, don't tell me it's the, was quite sad. Did she just say what I think she said? Magic trope? Yeah. Okay, so...
Objection!
Maybe? Yeah. Those magicians you liked? Was it this bunch? Apollo, they're not a bunch. I see, still, I have to wonder. Why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter? Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't be trope grammar Ray. But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think, Prosecutor Gavin? Prosecutor Gavin? Grammary? What's with Gavin? Might I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. Please tell me, what exactly did you make? Can I ask why? No! Answer the question! Now! Prosecutor Gavin, you're usually not the one whose volume concerns me. Yes, it is unbecoming of me. I apologize. But I must know, please, Miss Miham. Tell me. It was a book. A single page in a book. Book? Please be more specific. It was a handwritten book. Like a diary. What the heck? No, I don't know. What? What's wrong? Gavin? What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost. Miss Misham, this book. Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover, yes or no? How did you know?
Objection!
Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. He's told you nothing, has he? You're solid, mentor, nothing. Solid, who? Felix Wright. Who else? Daddy? He never told you about the trial 7 years ago. About how he came to lose his attorney's badge. Oh, it was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A certain diary. On the back it bore the mark of a silk hat. What? Felix Wright tossed out of the profession by false evidence, and the forger who made that evidence. Is this girl standing right in front of me? Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Jumi Sham you to forge that evidence? For all our sakes, who was it? We only met once. You met the client? Well, who was it? It was... What's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again. Yes, what? Is there something about me? I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary. Who was it? What the? Vera? What? What? The devil? The devil? Are you fucking kidding me? The devil! Bro! Bro! Did she die? Did she unconscious? Examiner's diagnosis acute atrocyanine poisoning. Oh my god, she died. What the fuck? This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Misham. Vera Misham was during the trial poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. Oh! She's currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colors. The long road to the truth takes us to its record of the annual trial. Alright, this song! Wait a second, this song? Isn't this from the OG, right? Isn't this from the OG Ace Attorney song? Yo. I'm pretty sure it is. Oh my god, in some ways that was the starting point of it all. Oh, this song, man! Oh! And that is where we must go. Hey, look at that. We find the whole truth. To be continued. God damn it, man. Yo, I missed that OG, man. God damn. Showdown time. Huh? Why is this the same again? I lost. It's only a game of poker. Man, what the fuck? A game I played for a long time and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Well, what the hell? That's Phoenix. It seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards. Why, yes. Over a game of cards. Interesting. That was how we first met. 7 years ago. 7 years earlier, Phoenix Wright's final trial? Yo. Do I have to press Phoenix? Okay, it's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Oh, the OGs! Oh, the song, man! The music! Good to got to try and relax. Good morning, Mr. Enigmar. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand I am asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Actually, it wasn't. Trust me. Oh, morning, Daddy. I'm so glad you came. Oh, is that Zach? You okay, Daddy? They picking on you? I'm fine. As always. This old boy is here to help me after all. That's a young man to you. Shady Enigmar. Stage name as Zach. Yeah, that's him. Magni. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks, my first show's today after all. Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about? Oh, old boy. Huh? Me? Look what she started. Here. This space clock will make me wait a little longer at least. Only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell, Magnifi Grammary. What's this? I don't know, I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. Say it was really important. What's this? A memory for you? A memo for you or some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. Give it a read later. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? Crime photo? Body found in the hospital room, shot in the forehead. Magnify. Oh, okay. Muscular from bullet wound. Malignant tumor confirmed in victim's liver. How do you feel about that trial today? Well, I get through it somehow. Instantly, the prosecutor today is a new guy here. Ah, an easy win then, yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year. The switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it is a difficult situation to put you in, but allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes, they will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So do your best, but do not worry. First time as a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I do what I can. I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes, isn't that right, Trucy? Yep, you bet, Daddy. My first look at the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I do what I can for their sake. I feel that curtains will be lifting any time now. I'm in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shady Enigmar, known to the world as Zack Gramarye, a wildly popular magician, star of the trope Gramarye. His mentor, Magnifim Gramarye, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of the stage magic until he was shot dead. And Zack Gramarye is the suspect. President Slasher for the trial of Shady Enigmar. Okay, guys, unfortunately, oh man, I want to do this so badly, but I can't, man. Playing as Phoenix Wright again? That's so cool. But I can't go any further! Oh my god! But hey, I hope you all enjoyed it. Oh, this... Man. The cliffhanger, man, the cliffhanger. But I'll see you guys tomorrow, right? I'll see you guys tomorrow for... I don't know if... Can I call it finale? I don't know if I can finish it tomorrow, but we'll see. But yeah, I wish you all a happy Wednesday. And I'll catch you all tomorrow for more Ace Attorney Apollo Justice. Bye-bye!